Nope. No, 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 no. We're gonna hold off on the intro. Because you'll get to see that after the Virtuous mission. I don't want to ruin it. So before we even do anything in MGS3, there are little details even to show here on the main menu. You can change all of the details, the camo, the colors. You can zoom in and out. You can change the camo pattern with L3, which is pretty cool. The spider camo. The colors with R3. With triangle, you can remove the background completely and just have the characters highlighted with the camo, which is pretty cool. I'll remove the camo and just change the color. Zoom in with L1. Oh yeah, and then with L2 you can color in the background. Pretty cool, all the things you can do with this. Okay, let's play the game. Let me just see if I have a completed file. Please tell me I do. I do. Nice. Extreme as well. Let's do it. No, the original version of the game has all of that stuff too.
After the end of World War II, the world was split into two, East and West. This marked the beginning of the era called the Cold War.
Altitude 30,000 feet.
Approaching Soviet airspace.
20 minutes to drop off.
Commencing internal depressurization. Equipment check. Arm main parachute.
All right. You ready to go?
Drop zone still showing a high pressure mass. Cav okay.
Good. We've got high visibility.
Put out that cigar. Connecting oxygen hose to interior connector. Put on your mask. Does this panty waste know what he's doing?
Approaching release point.
10 minutes to drop off.
Hey, are you deaf?
He said put out the cigar and put on your mask.
Depressurization complete.
Checking oxygen supply.
6 minutes to drop off. Opening rear hatch.
Sunrise.
External temperature minus 46 degrees Celsius. 2 minutes to drop off. Stand up.
You'll be falling at 130 miles per hour. Try not to get frostbite from the wind chill.
1 minute to drop off. Move to the rear.
Activate bailout model.
This is one for the history books. The world's first halo jump.
10 seconds to drop off. Stand by. Status okay. All green.
Prepare for drop-off. Countdown. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Spread your wings
And fly. God be with you.
Jack, I've got some important news. The head of the CIA has finally given us the green light for the Virtuous mission.
Virtual mission?
No, the Virtuous mission. The future of our Fox unit depends on it. If it succeeds, we'll be officially organized into a unit.
Virtuous mission? Sounds like some kind of initiation ritual.
You know, don't get cocky. This isn't a training op.
Right. So what exactly is this wonderful mission?
Well, about 2 years ago, a certain Soviet scientist requested asylum in the West through one of our moles. His name is Nikolai Stepanovich Sokolov. He's head of the OKB 754 Design Bureau, one of the Soviets' top-secret weapon research facilities, and the East's foremost expert on weapons development.
Sokolov? Isn't he that famous rocket scientist?
The very same. On April the 12th, 1961, the Soviets achieved the first manned spaceflight in history.
The Earth was blue, but there was no God.
Well spoken. The rocket that carried Yuri Gagarin into orbit was the A-1, known as the Vostok rocket. Sokolov is said to be the man most responsible for the multi-engine cluster used in that rocket. After Gagarin's flight, Sokolov left rocket development to become the head of the newly established Design Bureau.
From a lowly technician to head of a design bureau, that's quite a success story, so why do you want to defect?
It seems he'd become afraid of his own creations.
Afraid?
Call it a crisis of conscience.
And for that, he left his country and his family behind and went over the fence?
Not exactly. One of his conditions was that his family was also to be taken safely to the west. We used a mole to get the family out first, and succeeded in sneaking Sokolov over the Berlin Wall shortly afterwards. I was the one who conducted the operation.
The security on the eastern side was still full of holes back then. Then what?
We got Sokolov over in one piece, but the whole ordeal had left him exhausted, and we checked him into a hospital in West Berlin. It took him 2 weeks and more than 600 miles to get from the research facility in the Soviet Union to Berlin. He was in no condition to say anything coherent. And it was only a week later that we had something much bigger on our hands.
The Cuban Missile Crisis.
October the 16th, 1962, President Kennedy received word that the Soviets were in the process of deploying intermediate-range ballistic missiles in Cuba. The President demanded that the Soviets dismantle and remove the missiles. At the same time, he announced a naval blockade to prevent further missile shipments from reaching Cuba. But the Soviets didn't back down, instead placing their armed forces on secondary alert. Soviet transport ships carrying missiles continued on course towards Cuba. US and Soviet forces went on alert for an all-out nuclear war. Frantic negotiations were conducted through the UN's Emergency Security Council and unofficial channels to end the hair-trigger standoff. Finally, on October the 28th, the Soviet Union agreed to remove its missiles from Cuba. and so the world avoided a nuclear holocaust. But in order to get the Soviets to pull their missiles out, we had to make a deal.
You mean the one where the US agreed to remove its IRBMs from Turkey?
No. The Jupiter IRBMs deployed in Turkey were obsolete, and we were going to get rid of them anyway. They had no strategic value whatsoever to either the US or the Russians. The Turkey deal was a ruse, a cover story that was fed to the other intelligence agencies around the world.
So what did the Russians really want?
Sokolov. They wanted us to return Sokolov.
You mean the Soviets pulled out of Cuba just to get their hands on Sokolov?
That's right.
What the hell was he working on?
At the time, we had no idea. We were running out of time. It was either give up Sokolov or risk full-scale nuclear war. In the end, we had no choice. President Kennedy gave in to Khrushchev's demand. The next day, I got Sokolov out of the hospital, handed him over to agents on the eastern side. Sokolov kept on screaming, "Save me," until he disappeared from my sight. Then, a month ago, we received some new information from one of our moles.
About Sokolov?
Yes. He was taken back to the research facility and forced to continue working on the weapon in question under KGB supervision. What's more, it's on the verge of completion.
So what kind of weapon is it? Something to do with space rockets?
No, missiles.
Same technology.
I guess you're right. We don't know the details, but it appears to be a new kind of nuclear device. For half a year now, the Soviets have been conducting frequent nuclear tests at Semipalatinsk.
Something to do with the weapon, I assume.
We're talking about a secret weapon so big that Khrushchev was ready to pull out of Cuba to get it back.
Is Sokolov still in the facility?
No. According to our intelligence, he's in Selinoyarsk, a place in the mountains about 3 miles to the west that's known as the Virgin Cliffs.
The Virgin Cliffs. Nice name for a virtuous mission.
They moved him there just recently.
Why?
Apparently, they're conducting a field test of the weapon, but it's our best chance to get him back. This mission would never have been possible if he was still in the research facility. This is our last chance. Sokolov must have known that too when he contacted us.
Listen up, Jack. Your mission is to infiltrate Selinoyarsk in the Soviet mountains, ensure the safety of Sokolov, and bring him back to the west. If we don't get Sokolov back before that weapon is complete, we'll be facing a major crisis. The clock is ticking. Once we've confirmed the rescue of Sokolov, stand by at the recovery point. A recovery balloon will be dropped at that point. Helium will be pumped into the balloon to inflate it. The process takes about 20 minutes. Once it's complete, the gunship's arm will latch onto the balloon and pull it up.
The Fulton surface-to-air recovery system. I'm familiar with the theory.
Take it easy. It's been combat-proven.
Do you think Sokolov is up to it?
The shock will be less than during a parachute jump, and the arm can handle up to 500 pounds.
So you're planning on going over the border in a single combat talon?
She's equipped with 2 6-barrel 20mm Vulcan cannons, as well as 2 40mm machine guns.
Sounds like she could hold her own against a battalion of tanks.
Even with the fuel in the reserve tank, we're facing a 4-hour time limit. If all goes well, it shouldn't take more than a few hours.
Home in time for dinner.
But if anything goes wrong,
You'll be eating dinner, breakfast,
and all the rest of your meals in the jungle. Do you copy? You're already in enemy territory, and somebody might be listening in. From here on out, we'll be using code names to refer to each other. Your code name for this mission will be Naked Snake. I'll be referring to you as Snake from now on. You're not to mention your real name.
Snake?
Oh, you don't like snakes?
What do you mean?
You've eaten one before, haven't you?
In survival training?
I'm glad to hear that.
I don't know if I'd ever order one in a restaurant, but...
Be careful, you might not have a choice.
What about you, Major? What should I call you?
Let's see. I'll be Tom. Call me Major Tom. This will be a sneaking mission. You must not be seen by the enemy. You must leave no trace of your presence. Is that clear? This kind of infiltration is the Fox unit's speciality. In other words, weapons and equipment are procured on site. That goes for food as well. You're completely naked, just as your name implies.
Great. Now I see why you asked me if I like snakes. I suppose calling me Snake was your idea of a joke, too.
No, there's a good reason for that. I'll tell you later when the time is right.
Gotcha. Getting back to the subject, how exactly am I supposed to feed myself?
You've been issued a knife and a tranquilizer gun. Use them to hunt for food. You'll also find some medical supplies in your backpack.
Yeah, about the backpack. I lost it in a tree on the way down.
I see. Well, you'd better go back and get it then. You know where it is?
No problem. I can see it from here. It's stuck on a branch.
To climb a tree, stand in front of a tree that's covered in ivy and press the action button. I'll be monitoring your progress over the radio. We can't risk violating Soviet airspace, but I'll be in the gunship. My frequency is 140.85. I'll give you a call if I need to talk to you. If you need to talk to me, use the send function. Okay, Snake, go get your backpack.
All right, let's do it. Let me thank some people here before we continue. Dreadhead, thank you very much for the 11. Much appreciated. Yorovich with the 9 as well. Thank you. Kretzen, I can't remember if I thanked you earlier for your 7 as well. Thank you for that. Angry Short Round with the 43 as well. That was a good while ago. Cheers, everyone. Sorry if I missed anyone along the way. But here we are. At the beginning of the Virtuous Mission. Virtual Mission. I was just reading through Kojima's old MGS3 commentary there during the intro scene. It's interesting what he says about the VR mission thing. He says the Virtuous Mission, like its name, is a VR mission. Virtual, in brackets. It is the first mission in the game. It is also there as a practice for the players. A VR mission. Originally, in the beginning of the scene, Snake's finger is inserted into the trigger. One of the development staff, Hirano, he said that made Snake look like an amateur. He said for a pro, the finger wouldn't be on the trigger unless preparing to fire. So he changed the position of Snake's finger in the scene on his own. There are a lot of people very fussy about military stuff in our development staff. I remember reading, I forget where I read the other comment from him, where he talks more about the VR mission thing. But yeah, you know, a VR mission in the sense that it's like a heavily scripted tutorial for the player, you know, where a lot of focus is where they put a lot of focus on teaching the player. And I guess he sees that as being more like a simulation, you know, something that is more tutorialized, being more like a VR mission, you know, like a test run, like a test simulation before they play the full game, before they play the proper game. So the Virtuous Mission is like a VR test, whereas Operation Snake Eater is the real deal. I remember in some of the concept art as well, they used VR Mission as shorthand for the Virtuous Mission, which is interesting. 1 second. So of course we have to see what happens here if we try and leave without getting our backpack. What happens if we just say no? Fuck the backpack. They don't let us, of course.
Snake, where do you think you're going? You can't expect to proceed with the mission without any weapons or equipment. First, you'll need to recover your backpack. It's caught on a tree to the south. Press the action button to climb the tree and retrieve your backpack. Is that clear?
Okay. So what do I do now?
Snake, did you climb that tree?
Yes.
Good. So the backpack?
Not yet.
Not yet? Don't tell me you went up the tree just to take in the view. Well, I must admit that's not a bad idea. Climbing a tree does give you a wider range of view. You can use it for scouting. But what you need to do now is retrieve your backpack. Understood?
Yeah.
The backpack is on the branch pointing east on that tree, right? Walk along the branch and get it. Be careful not to fall. You should be able to grab your backpack if you hang from the branch by pressing the action button.
Do we get anything else if we're hanging?
Snake, your backpack is stuck on a tree branch, right? Climb the tree and get it back. You can climb any ivy-covered tree by standing in front of the ivy and pressing the action button. I see you've retrieved your backpack, Snake. To equip a weapon, it's necessary to take it out of your backpack. In the survival viewer, choose Weapon from the backpack. Your available weapons will be displayed in a window in the upper left. From that list, choose the weapon you want to equip and press the Enter button. For other equipped items, just do the same thing from Item.
Got it. Use the survival viewer backpack.
Yep, that's right. Survival is fundamental to this mission. After you've been out in the field for a while, your stamina will start to drop. If your stamina gets too low, it'll affect your performance. You won't be able to shoot accurately, for example, and your wounds won't heal as smoothly. Keep an eye on your stamina so you don't run out. To recover lost stamina, you can hunt for local flora and fauna. You can use either your tranquilizer gun or your knife to hunt.
My only weapon is a Mark 22 Hush Puppy tranquilizer gun?
That's right. It's been fitted with its own suppressor. However, the suppressor will deteriorate every time you fire. Once its durability reaches 0, the noise suppression effect will be gone. So don't get too trigger-happy with it. The suppressor's durability is shown in the icon. Any weapons and equipment beyond what you're carrying now, you'll have to find as you go.
I have to find my own weapons and equipment? Whose crazy idea was this anyway?
Solo covert actions are standard Fox operating procedure. You can't leave any traces of your presence. No weapons, equipment, footprints, sweat, or bodily waste. The same goes for bullets and cartridges, too. Your presence in enemy territory is already a violation of international conventions of warfare. There aren't supposed to be any American soldiers in Russia. It could spark an international incident. You can't let anyone see you. You can't let the enemy know you're there. This is a stealth mission. You're a ghost, Snake, in every sense of the word. And there'll be no rescue if you're captured. The military and US government will deny any involvement in the affair.
Then I'll just have to take care of myself, huh?
I'm afraid so. You've been given a fake death pill for that purpose. SIS guidelines stipulate that soldiers on covert ops like this one be issued a potassium cyanide capsule. Tape it to your body so you can take it when you need to.
How generous of you.
Use it if you're taken prisoner by the enemy. It'll send you into a state of false death for a short time.
fooling them into thinking that I'm really dead. So, how do I come back to life?
Just take the revival pill.
You mean that thing they put in my tooth before the mission?
That's the one. But be careful. If you remain in a state of false death for too long, nothing will be able to bring you back. Remember that.
I'll keep it in mind. You said this was a solo mission, right?
Right.
I guess that means I can't count on any reinforcements.
Correct. The mission rests entirely in your hands.
A real one-man army.
Relax. There's a support team ready to back you up over the radio.
Who?
I'll introduce them to you. This time, survival is of utmost importance. The first member of the support team will be in charge of monitoring your physical condition, acting as a medic, so to speak, as well as recording your mission data. She's a member of Fox as well, and she's here on the gunship with me.
She?
Hello, Snake. I'm paramedic. Nice to meet you.
Paramedic.
As in a medic who comes in by parachute.
Aren't you going to tell me your real name?
Are you going to tell me yours, Mr. Snake?
My name, huh? It's John Doe.
And they call you Jack for short. You're a regular Captain Nemo.
A name means nothing on the battlefield. After a week, no one has a name. What's your name?
Jane Doe.
Very funny.
I wasn't joking, but I'll tell you my name only if you manage to make it back alive. My frequency is 145.73.
She's also in charge of recording your mission data. Whenever you want to save, send a message over the reserved save frequency, 140.96.
So saving lets me record my mission data.
That's right. It also records the state of your health.
Good to know.
There's one more person I want to introduce you to, Snake.
Huh?
Speaking of snakes, you remember the boss, don't you? A legendary soldier and your mentor. Actually, it was the boss that got the DCI's authorization in the first place. She's going to be serving as Fox's mission advisor.
The boss is?
She also helped me plan this mission. She and I were at SAS together.
Jack, is that you? How many years has it been?
Boss?
That's right. It's me.
Oh.
Talk to me. Let me hear your voice.
It's been 5 years, 72 days, and 18 hours.
You've lost weight.
You can tell just by the sound of my voice.
Of course I can. I know all about you.
Really? Well, I don't know anything about you.
What's that supposed to mean?
Why'd you disappear on me all of a sudden?
I was on a top-secret mission. You didn't need me anymore.
But there were still so many things I wanted you to teach me.
No, I taught you everything you needed to know about fighting techniques. I taught you all I could. The rest you needed to learn on your own.
Techniques, sure. But what about how to think like a soldier?
How to think like a soldier? I can't teach you that. A soldier needs to be strong in spirit, body, and technique. And the only thing you can learn from someone else is technique. In fact, technique doesn't even matter. What's most important is spirit. Spirit and body are like two sides of a single coin. They're the same thing. I can't teach you how to think. You'll just have to figure it out for yourself. Listen to me, Jack. Just because soldiers are on the same side right now doesn't mean they always will be. Having personal feelings about your comrades is one of the worst sins you can commit. Politics determine who you face on the battlefield. And politics are a living thing. They change along with the times. Yesterday's good might be tomorrow's evil.
Is that why you abandoned me?
No, it had nothing to do with you. I already told you, Jack. I was on a top-secret mission. A soldier has to follow whatever orders he's given. It's not his place to question why. But you're looking for a reason to fight. You're a natural-born fighter, but you're not quite a soldier. A soldier is a political tool, nothing more. That's doubly true if he's a career soldier. Right and wrong have no place in his mission. He has no enemies and no friends. Only the mission. You follow the orders you're given. That's what being a soldier is.
I do whatever I have to get the job done. I don't think about politics.
That's not the same thing. Sooner or later, your conscience is going to bother you. In the end, you have to choose whether you're going to live as a soldier or just another man with a gun. There's a saying in the Orient, loyalty to the end. Do you know what it means?
Being patriotic.
It means devoting yourself to your country.
I follow the president and the top brass. I'm ready to die for them if necessary.
The president and the top brass won't be there forever. Once their terms are up, others will take their place.
I follow the will of the leader, no matter who's in charge.
People aren't the ones who dictate the missions.
Then who does?
The times. People's values change over time, and so do the leaders of a country. So there's no such thing as an enemy in absolute terms. The enemies we fight are only enemies in relative terms, constantly changing with the times. As long as we have loyalty to the end, there's no point in believing in anything, even in those we love.
And that's the way a soldier's supposed to think?
The only thing we can believe in with absolute certainty is the mission, Jack.
All right, but do me a favor.
What is it?
Call me Snake.
Snake. Oh, right. Your codename is Snake. It suits you well.
That's right. The legendary unit that the boss put together during World War II was a snake. The Cobra unit, a group of heroes that brought the war to an end and saved the world. As long as you've got a legendary hero backing you up, you'll be fine. Isn't that right, Snake?
Yeah, I can't think of anyone else I'd rather have with me. Oh, and one more thing, boss.
Yes?
It's good to hear your voice again.
Same here. After all, who knows if either of us will make it out alive? Snake, you are always best at urban warfare and infiltrating buildings. But this is the jungle. Survival is going to be key. Those CQC techniques I taught you are sure to come in handy.
CQC? Close quarters combat, huh? I've been in the Green Berets for the past few years. I'm probably pretty rusty.
Not to worry. I'll be here to help you remember. After all, this is your first actual survival mission. I'll be supporting you over the radio.
Where are you, boss? Next to the Major?
The boss is communicating with us by radio from aboard a Permit-class submarine in the Arctic Ocean.
My frequency is 141.80. Call me if you need my advice on battle techniques.
Gotcha.
Your mission is to retrieve Dr. Sokolov. Dr. Sokolov is being held in an abandoned factory located to the north of your current position. Avoid heavy combat and don't let anyone see you. Don't forget that this is a stealth mission.
Snake, try to remember some of the basics of CQC.
Commencing virtuous mission now.
Let's do it. Let's do it. Although, before we go anywhere, we'll have to do a few calls. One of the nasty things about doing an in-depth run of this game is that the virtuous mission can be a bit of a slog. There's not much gameplay in the virtuous mission, but there are a lot of optional calls. So yeah, it can take a while going through all of them. It's kind of hard to pace them out naturally with the gameplay, just because there's so many of them. But we'll try our best to pace it out a bit as we go. Let's introduce ourselves to Paramedic first, before we do anything.
That area is home to the reticulated python. The reticulated python is said to be the longest snake in the world. The biggest ones can grow up to 10 meters in length. Although they're not poisonous, they're still very dangerous, so be careful around them. They have a highly ferocious temperament, and they can swallow whole, even large animals like deer and pigs. Their most distinguishing feature is the mesh pattern of their scales. This pattern acts as a highly effective natural camouflage. If you think there might be a reticulated python about, pay close attention to your surroundings. Otherwise, you could get bitten before you even know it's there. It's a huge snake, but you should be able to capture it alive by using the tranquilizer gun. I'll bet if you capture one and throw it at an enemy, it'll give him a good scare.
Right. But how do they taste?
Huh?
Do they taste good?
You're actually going to eat one.
Why else would I be asking?
It begins.
What was that?
Nothing. Let's see what the guide says. Ah, you're in luck. It says they taste pretty good.
Good. I can hardly wait.
It begins. I was just reading through some more of Kojima's old commentary, being reminded of certain things. Here he talks about the mask that Snake wears. Snake's mask was designed after the image of Fear of the Fly Man, both to create the atmosphere of the 60s and to make it tie in with Raiden's mask in MGS2, of course. Look at all the lights of the monitors, how they reflect on the mask's goggles. And here's a really funny comment. The cigar rolling towards Snake, that was because tossing a lit cigarette into the Hudson Bay led to a lot of angry responses. This time we made sure to stamp out the cigar before heading off to the mission. And in MGS4, he even gets that little container to hold all of his cigarettes. It's funny because, you know, there's that call in MGS2 where Otacon starts cursing Snake for the same thing. Littering, polluting. You have a long way to go, my friend. So it seems like there were some real-life Otacons as well that complained. That was probably more on the Japanese side of things. Given that they care a lot about littering and pollution. I'm just trying to find this other thing as well. But yeah, there's your explanation for why they stamp out the cigar, if you ever wondered. Oh yeah, here's another interesting note where he talks about the clone thing. It's kind of a cheap setting, the clone thing, to make the main character Naked Snake, who Solid Snake is cloned from. The human-made clones, Solid Snake and Liquid Snake, it's like the story of Frankenstein, of man-made men, not a living creature that happened in the world naturally. A man-made monster, and that's Solid Snake. On a character perspective, Naked Snake is more full of human feelings. And then it has like something in Japanese that I can't really read. At the time of the Snake Eater mission, he is still too pure, like the boss said, still filled with the sense of justice. And that we learn later that really ties into the name of Naked Snake. Zero didn't reveal that to us yet. You know, he said, I'll tell you when the time is ready, when the time is right. And you don't actually find that out in the mandatory story. You only find that out in an optional call, what it really means. But yeah, he talks about how it's to symbolize being naked and pure, devoid of a specific quality. Which then ties into the whole Cobra Unit thing, how all the Cobra Unit members have like a specific feeling, a specific emotion tied to them, whereas Snake is without a specific quality, naked and pure. But yeah, like the boss said, he's still filled with a sense of justice, which I guess ties into the idea of a virtuous mission, you know, a strong sense of justice, morally righteous. We made his movements and actions, his dialogues, and the voice portrayal more human-like as compared to Solid Snake. He's more sensitive to feelings and pain. Solid Snake is not like that. He is a created monster. Feelings are against his character and personality. He just follows orders. There's this kind of difference in character between the two of them. Maybe if you were comparing him to MGS1 Snake, he kind of breaks out of that for MGS2, but yeah. That's making me think of the abandonment issues that Snake seems to have at the start of this game. With the boss, you know, those feelings. He's the abandoned child in this game. In the game world, Solid Snake is Naked Snake's clone, But in the real world, Naked Snake is really Solid Snake's clone, isn't he? Laughs in brackets. One second. Let's do a save call.
Saving the game, Snake?
Ooh, I didn't mean to overwrite that save, but it's okay.
Hey, Snake, you ever heard of Godzilla King of Monsters?
No, what is it?
It's a movie. You haven't seen it?
Nope.
It's about this monster called Godzilla, who grows to an enormous size in a nuclear test and goes on a rampage in Tokyo.
Nuclear test, huh? Then the Marshall Islands must be crawling with giant monsters right about now.
It's just make-believe.
Maybe that's why my pants have been so tight lately.
Snake, it's a movie, not a report out of Los Alamos.
I know. So then what happened?
Godzilla is immune to all weapons, and humanity has no way to stop the monster. Dr. Shirazawa develops a new type of weapon, but meanwhile, Godzilla is getting closer and closer to Tokyo, obliterating everything in its path. It was originally a Japanese movie, but they made an American version, too. I recommend seeing the original Japanese one if you ever get the chance. It's mostly mindless fun, but it's also got a serious anti-nuke message as well.
Where can I see the original?
You'll just have to go to Japan.
Really? That's too bad.
Well, if you wait 40 years, you might be able to see it in America, too.
Why's that?
2004 will be Godzilla's 50th birthday.
You think they're still going to be making Godzilla movies then?
Of course! Everybody loves Godzilla.
You sure know a lot about movies.
I don't suppose you're the movie-watching type, are you?
Not really.
Okay, then I'll tell you everything I know. When the going gets tough, movies can save your life. It's always good to be able to look at things from a different perspective when you get in a jam. That's the magic of movies.
No kidding. Well, I guess it might at least make a nice distraction.
That's the spirit, Snake. Have a little fun.
Yeah, I would imagine they chose Godzilla as the first movie mentioned for a reason. Big influence on Kojima on the series. It's also mentioned explicitly again in Death Stranding. There's a reason why The Great Escape is given particular attention in this as well, why they highlight that film more than the others, because that was the film that inspired the entire series, the first Metal Gear. If there was one film that inspired the original Metal Gear, it was The Great Escape. And this game being the birth of the series chronologically, they probably thought it was fitting to reference it in such a way. Give it that level of importance. Remember, Kojima said that when he was developing Metal Gear 1 that he wanted to recreate the kind of feeling that he had watching The Great Escape. And originally you were going to play as a prisoner. But in the final version, you're the one rescuing the prisoners from outer heaven. There's some commentary here as well about the Godzilla thing from Kojima. The Godzilla fan conversation of Paramedic was also written by Morishio, this from the scenario team. The pictures were picked by me. I picked the 3 most famous Godzilla cuts and put them in the game. Paramedic's mention of Godzilla celebrating its 50 years in 2004 is a prediction into the future and is a reference to Godzilla Final Wars. Paramedic is a movie otaku. It is our wish that after playing the game, you will want to go out and watch the movies Paramedic likes. The monster B-movie genre used in the game a lot is not the type of movies I'm interested in, though, generally. That's interesting. That a lot of the movies that Paramedic talks about are actually not films that Kojima is too crazy about as a whole. Let's see here. Let's call Zero a few times before we move on.
Sokolov should be at the abandoned factory to the north, so head in that direction.
I was wondering there. I was gonna ask Bad Humans. That's a nickname for Murata. Okay, cool. It's not like Paramedic only mentions B-movie monster flicks though. You know, she does talk about a good few films that really are important to Kojima and that were hugely influential. Godzilla, Doctor Strangelove. Movies like Hitchcock's Rebecca.
Snake, intelligence indicates that that area is outside the enemy's cordon, so you shouldn't have any unexpected encounters with enemy patrols. I think it will be a good idea to take this time to get accustomed to using your camouflage, hunting for food, and navigating the survival viewer. If you have any questions about camouflage or CQC, ask the boss. The boss's frequency is 141.80. Paramedic is the medical correspondent for this mission. Ask her about hunting for food and medical treatment. Also, she has documents detailing flora and fauna in the operation locale. Contact her if you need detailed information on any of the plants and animals in your area. Snake, remember that this operation is a solo sneaking mission. We'll be providing you with support over the radio.
Yeah.
Snake, when your stamina gets low, it negatively affects your physical abilities. You've got to replenish your stamina before it runs out.
The gauge
Yeah.
Your actions can lower your stamina. The more demanding the activity, the more stamina consumed.
Exactly. Walking slowly will conserve stamina, while actions like rolling, crawling, and stalking consume large amounts of it. Try your best to avoid unnecessary actions in order to conserve stamina.
It's cool, all the little differences. That it makes a difference whether you're moving slowly, rolling. They all affect the stamina gauge in different ways. Although, in this game, you don't ever really need to worry too much about your stamina gauge, because there's so much food in the game. But still cool, all the little nuances.
Snake, use the survival viewer to pick your camouflage, treat wounds, and eat food. Ask the boss or paramedic about the details. The boss's frequency is 1-4...
Yeah.
Major,
What is it?
it's about your code name.
Major Tom?
Yeah, where'd you get that name?
From a tunnel.
A tunnel?
That's right. Snake, have you seen the movie The Great Escape?
No.
It's a movie about a determined group of Allied POWs trapped in a German POW camp who plan an escape. The POWs dig 3 tunnels for their escape. They named them Dick, Harry, and Tom.
I see. So Tom was an escape tunnel. Did they make it?
Out of the camp? Of course. One of the tunnels was even discovered before it was finished, but eventually they do make it out.
I get it now. So Tom was the tunnel they used to escape.
Yes, that's right.
What is it?
Well, actually, I'm not sure if I remember correctly.
Major.
Oh, it's all right. It's Tom, Snake. Tom is the escape tunnel. Yes, no question about it.
Yes.
Snake, in order to carry out the mission without being spotted, you must learn to detect an approaching enemy.
Yeah.
You can use an equipped weapon during first-person view. This is called a first-person view attack. When using first-person...
Yeah. It's such a pain. He just has an ungodly amount of tutorial calls. And you have to be really careful as well, because some of the tutorial calls actually lead into something a little bit more interesting or like a funny moment. So I have to listen to a few of them for a little bit before I realize no, it is just a tutorial call. Because some of them are like, yeah, half tutorial calls, half funny little Easter egg thingy.
Snake, making it harder for the enemy to... Snake, be careful. The way to change between...
Yeah.
Snake, in order to maintain your stamina, you'll have to feed yourself. The idea behind this mission is procure on site. This goes for food as well.
Procure on site.
That's right.
But don't you think I should have at least brought a few rations?
Americans have a terrible habit of taking everything with them. Nowadays, nobody can get anything done without a lot of fancy equipment. It wasn't like that in SAS, I'll tell you that. And with Fox, we're running things my way.
Roger that, sir.
You're not convinced, are you? Well, think of it this way. The stuff you'll find out there tastes a lot better than army rations anyway.
I hope you're right.
You'll be procuring food by capturing local plants and animals. Paramedic has information on the flora and fauna available in the mission area. Ask her if you have any questions about the plants and animals you find. Listen up, Snake. Keep in mind that this operation is strictly covert. Engagements should be avoided. If you must dispose of an enemy, do it with the tranquilizer gun.
Yup. Sweet dreams, Boy Scout.
That's right. And by the time he wakes up, you and Sokolov will be safely out of the country.
Sipping hot coffee on a plane back home.
What did you say?
Hmm?
What did you say?
Sipping hot coffee on a...
You're gonna drink that foul mud? On the victory flight home?
Okay, then. What would you drink?
Tea, of course. Snake, the fake death and revival pills we gave you are the latest in internal medicines developed for intelligence ops by the CIA's technology division. You can use the fake death pill to send yourself into a death-like state for a limited period of time. Use it wisely, and you should be able to fool the enemy into thinking you're really dead. It may come in handy if you ever find yourself cornered. To revive yourself from the fake death state, use the revival pill. But remember, timing is critical. The effect will be ruined if you revive right in front of your enemy.
Interesting. But how does it work?
What do you mean?
I don't feel right taking some pill I don't know anything about. How does it make me look dead? How's it gonna affect my body?
Well, Snake, about that...
I get it. I should ask Paramedic. Paramedic.
Allow me to explain. You know how there are animals in nature that play dead, like weevils, ladybugs, chickadees, possums, and the like? Well, the fake death pill takes the natural art of playing dead and applies it to the spy world. When you take the fake death pill, it causes your body to rapidly secrete a number of chemicals. Adenosine and serotonin, as well as opioid peptides, such as methionine and kephalin. Those
Look at
chemicals
Snake.
act to induce a state of hibernation, causing your heart rate, your breathing rate, and your body temperature to drop dramatically. It'll truly look like you've dropped dead upon initial inspection. The revival pill, to put it simply, is a counteracting agent to the fake death pill. When you take it, it causes your body to secrete stimulants like noradrenaline and other chemicals such as naloxone, which block the effects of the fake death pill. Basically, it wakes you up. Does that help?
Yeah.
Okay, I'll try and explain it in more detail.
No!
The secretion of methionine and kephalin triggered by the fake death pill causes the opioid receptors.
Oh, okay. I think I get it now.
You sure?
Yeah.
But you must want to know a little bit more. There are 3 types of receptors: delta, kappa, and mu. Methionine and kephalin acts on the...
Paramedic, I think Snake understands now. Isn't that right, Snake?
Yeah. Clear as crystal.
But
Major, I've got enough info about the pills, so I'm gonna get back to the mission now.
Oh.
Yes, you do that.
hey, wait a...
Yes, you do that.
The battery recharges automatically when not in use. When you want to recharge the battery, unequip all electronic devices and give it some time. The higher your stamina gauge, the faster your battery recharges. If you want it to recharge faster, eat food and recover your stamina. Also, if you run, roll, or do other dramatic actions, the battery will recharge faster.
Wait a second.
What is it?
The higher my stamina, the faster my battery recharges?
That's what I said.
But what does my stamina have to do with the battery?
Oh, yes, I see what you're getting at. Let's have Paramedic explain that. Paramedic?
Yes, sir. It's because Snake's battery uses bioelectricity.
Bioelectricity.
Bioelectricity is electricity emitted from cells. When the cells of living things are stimulated, sodium and potassium ions move rapidly through the cell membrane's ion channel, creating a difference in electric potential. The battery uses that energy to recharge. So unless your cells have plenty of nutrients, the recharge won't work well.
Amazing the kind of machines that are available now.
But this machine has not been made public. It was
Machines.
designed by a scientist at the CIA's Directorate of Science and Technology.
What kind of person was he?
The person who designed it?
Yeah,
I heard he was pretty strange.
stranger than the Major?
There's nothing strange about the Major.
My tea's gone. Who drank it? How am I supposed to have tea time without tea?
Well, not too strange, at least.
Hey, my scone's gone too.
Hey! My scone's gone too!
Snake, what do you do when you get a new weapon or item?
I put it in my backpack first.
But you know that you can't equip items that are still in your backpack, right?
Yeah, the only things that can be equipped with the weapon and item window buttons are items on my person.
Correct. If you want to equip an item, first...
Yeah.
Major, what kind of place is this secret design bureau that Sokolov is heading?
The Soviets have a number of secret design bureaus like this one, each engaged in cutting-edge research. OKB-1, the bureau where the Voskhod spacecraft was developed and which plays a leading role in the Soviet space program, is one of those installations. Most of them are located in secret cities, built in isolated areas, and we don't even know their exact locations, much less the nature of their research. And Sokolov's OKB-754 is the most secret bureau of them all. The intelligence communities of the West have tried time and again to find out what they're working on, but they've failed consistently.
So you have absolutely no idea what Sokolov is developing?
We've got nothing.
Then how did you get the information for this mission? It can't have been from Sokolov.
From the boss.
The boss?
That's right. She has her own intelligence channels that she cultivated during the last war. She shared what she learned with us. That we were able to get the green light for this mission at all is thanks to her pull with the powers that be at the CIA. In other words, this mission would never have come together without the boss's help in a number of respects. Snake, aiming your gun during first-person view is a bit different from what you're used to in training.
When you aim your handgun in first-person view, align the front sight and the rear sight of the gun with the target, then fire.
No laser sight?
What?
A laser sight. I heard the military was developing them, but...
You want a laser sight? A well-trained soldier has no use for a laser sight. No training wheels on this mission, Snake. For the assault rifle and certain other weapons, pressing the weapon button will first ready the gun for shooting from the hip. If you're in a close quarters fight or other situation that requires immediate action, fire from that position. Observe where your shots are hitting and correct your aim accordingly.
I understand, but that doesn't sound too accurate.
Of course not. So when you require pinpoint targeting, like when firing from afar or sniping, hold the aim button to aim. Carefully align your front and rear sights to concentrate fire and gain a sharper view on your target.
In the 2 years since Sokolov's asylum operation, I've spent all my time making preparations. And now is the time to show some results. Fox is a next-generation espionage organization designed to update us for 21st century operations that I propose to the CIA. Fox sends individuals who excel in espionage and special tactics on solo sneaking missions like this one. A next-generation unit that combines the skills of Special Forces units like the SAS and Green Berets with the know-how of an infiltration and espionage unit.
Military politics never was my strong suit.
What I'm trying to say is stealth. This is a stealth mission, crucial to the coming Cold War. The CIA director has always frowned upon Fox, but if this mission succeeds, Fox will be added to the CIA as an official unit. I intend to make Fox the leader in special operations. And to that end, this mission must succeed.
Right.
I'm counting on you, Snake.
I think this whole thing about Fox and, you know, Zero saying that if the mission succeeds, we'll be able to turn Fox into a real official unit. I think that might be partially autobiographical from Kojima as well. Because right after the release of MGS3, that was when Kojima Productions was officially formed. Kojima Productions wasn't a thing until after MGS3. And what logo did they use for Kojima Productions? The Fox logo. So I'm wondering if this is maybe a bit of a commentary on what was going on with Kojima Productions at the time, and you know, the pressures that were put on MGS3 needing to be a success if Kojima was able to really do what he wanted to do with his team after this. Also, the very first logo they had for Kojima Productions was literally the plane at the start of MGS3 with the Fox logo on it. Some of you might remember it. You saw it in some of the early trailers and stuff that they used for Kojima Productions. It showed the MGS3 plane flying past, and then it honed in on the Fox logo and said Kojima Productions. So yeah, I think some of this may be partly autobiographical or sort of commentary on what was going on with the team. Maybe not, but it is certainly interesting that he used the game logo for his team's logo as well. Major Tom, what else do you have here?
Snake, the Soviet troops are not your only enemies.
How do you mean,
Nature.
boss?
Poisonous snakes, scorpions, crocodiles, hornets. There are dozens of dangerous life forms living in Selino-Yarsk. There are even poisonous mushrooms and frogs, and other plants and animals that you must not eat. In order to survive in nature, you have to know nature.
Paramedic has information on the flora and fauna in each area. Ask her for the details. Snake, I don't recommend running around wildly. You need to determine when it's best to run and when it's best just to walk. Move the left stick slightly to walk. You won't move very fast, but it consumes little stamina, and enemies are less likely to detect you. When you are near enemies or when you need...
Yeah.
Snake, there are other ways to recover your stamina besides eating.
Such as?
Such as taking a rest.
A rest?
To take a rest, all you have to do is save and exit the game.
Yeah.
In most areas out...
Major, tell me about Sokolov's past work.
I assume you already know that Sokolov was the developer of the multi-engine cluster. The multi-engine cluster is exactly that, a system for fitting a single rocket with multiple engines. The Vostok rocket, for instance, had 32 engines. With the technology they had, it was difficult for the Soviets to develop large engines with massive thrust. So instead, they decided to focus on using multiple smaller engines to achieve the desired thrust. With this method, though, maintaining the fuel balance between the various engines was a major problem. Sokolov was the man who provided the solution.
And that's what earned him the job as the head of the design bureau?
Apparently so.
So this secret weapon is some kind of ballistic device?
Well, that's my best guess. We don't know for sure, but...
You'll find out soon. As soon as I get Sokolov out of here.
I'm counting on you.
Ambi with the 54 months. Thank you. And Pew, how's it going?
With an equipped weapon in... the degree to which...
Okay, I think we're almost ready.
Part of your mission is to demonstrate to the brass the core concepts behind Fox. Leave no evidence. That's the essence of Fox. And avoid engagement with the enemy.
Understood.
Not only that, I mean leave nothing behind, including weapons, equipment, footprints, sweat, even bodily waste.
Yeah, when I do my business, I bury it good.
What?
What's wrong?
That's the American way.
American way for what?
To handle defecation. You're gonna bury it?
Yeah.
Bring it home with you.
What?
That's what we did in SAS. The US Army is sloppy. They do things well, but not perfectly. Here in Fox, we're doing things my way. Got it?
Yes, sir.
Snake, if you step in any water or...
Okay, let's continue. Let's move out of this area at least. Like how in the first couple of areas we just get animals. Takes a bit of time before we get introduced to the enemy soldiers. These Gavials can be dangerous if you're not careful. If you get them, if you get a big thrust at their head, you can one-shot them. Gotta be careful. Nice. Get some bug juice. The bug juice is actually useful for these hornets as well. If we equip this, apply it, we'll get rid of them. Actually, let me eat the Gavial first. I forget what the Gavial call is like if you've eaten it first. One cool thing about the food calls in this as well is that there are at least 2 variations for each food call. Whether you've eaten the food or whether you haven't. If you haven't eaten the food and you call paramedic, Snake won't know how it tastes. You know, and he'll ask oftentimes, but how does it taste? But if you have already eaten the food, Snake will be able to report on what the food tastes like. So they, and some food calls might even have 3 variations. You know, there are particularly unique calls like the Siberian ink cap call, which has a unique variation if you wait until after you meet Granin before you trigger it. And they include a little reference to Granin then if you wait that long. Let's eat the Gavial.
Not too bad.
Also, don't forget that anything that moves will stand out in the jungle. If you just stand up and run around like an idiot, you're bound to be spotted. But if you crawl instead, you should be able to sneak by without being noticed. You can see how effective your camouflage is by looking at the camo index. The camo index shows how well your current camouflage blends in with the surrounding area. The higher the value, the harder you are to spot, and vice versa. The key is to make yourself one with nature. Keep that in mind as you go along, okay?
All right. Kalima, thank you very much for the Prime sub. Much appreciated. Okay. I think I'm going to run around like an idiot in my current camo. I'll be fine. Let's take out this guy first. Then this guy, shoot him, roll into him, which gives me an instant KO. A body shot followed by a roll is an instant knockout. Same thing in MGS2.
Freeze!
Cool thing that you can do in MGS3 is circle the enemy like this when you have them held up. You get put into this strafing stance.
Don't shoot me, please! Oh!
Whoop. Excuse me, was he about to put his hands down?
Freeze!
Don't shoot me, please! Oh!
There we go, that's what we're after.
Freeze!
You can get pretty fancy with this game, the CQC. Throw them to the ground, hold them up. Freeze them while they're on the ground. Can we scare them with the Mark 22 as well? I think we can.
Don't shoot me, please!
Yeah. Oh, God. Forgot about that. Yeah, you can intimidate them while they're on the ground, get them to shake. Okay, we'll leave him there for now. He'll be fine. This guy's about to get up.
Freeze!
Ah! Fuck, I thought he'd still be asleep.
Who's that?
Another new thing you can do. You can hold them hostage like this while you shoot. Badaloo. Fuck. Ba-da-ba-bam. Ba-da-ba-ba. No. This is the HD collection version on PS3. I'm about to let him. Hello. If we go back up here now, we can get an SBD. On the Virtuous mission, you can get a load of weapons. You get a sniper rifle right at the start. We can also find a shotgun, an assault rifle. Ba-la-la-bum. Metaloo. I should play with the classic camera more often. Feels more cinematic. I love the angles that you get. I quite like the right analog stick movement that you get. Where you still get some control over it. Hey, you're a fool with the 111 months. Thank you. It just looks really nice. Hello. Nope. Ba-la-la-la-bum. I thought 3 guys followed me up here. Bum, bum. Oh shit. Okay, I think that's everyone dead. Now, let me take off my uniform. Get my book. And my cigar.
Camouflage.
Boss, are you impressed? Am I being a good boy?
Visibility. You can... Snake, did you take off your uniform?
Yeah,
What's the matter?
just needed to loosen up.
I know there's a naked option under uniform in the camouflage window that lets you take off your uniform. But without a uniform on, your camo index will remain low, and you'll burn through your stamina more quickly. So stop acting like a fool and put some camouflage on now. Did you hear me?
Yeah.
What is that you have in your hands?
Uh,
Honestly, when did you start reading magazines like that? Didn't I teach you how to take care of business without having to rely on that sort of thing?
What?
Anyway, I'm sure some of the enemy grunts will find that sort of magazine as appealing as you seem to. Place it on the ground and you might be able to divert their attention. Are you smoking a cigar?
Uh-huh.
I don't approve of you smoking during a mission.
Hey, you used to smoke them.
Never mind what I did.
Oh.
But that being said, cigars can be useful in a number of different ways, like getting rid of leeches.
Did you say leeches?
Yes. If a leech clamps onto you, try pressing the lit end of a cigar into it. The leech should cringe and detach itself from you. If you try to yank it off by yourself, you run the risk of it leaving its teeth inside you. With the cigar method, you won't have that problem.
Fascinating.
And unlike a cigarette, a cigar burns slowly, so you can use it in place of a torch in dark places.
I never knew a cigar had so many different uses.
Now you know, but quit smoking them during the mission. Hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. We can also find some thermal goggles here. If my memory serves me. Yeah. There it is. And shooting down this nest is pretty OP. If you do what is suggested here by the game and shoot this nest down, it clears out every enemy in the area. Not just this guy. This guy runs and he picks up these two like a tumbleweed. And then the three guys pick up the last guy. Now they all go running. And now they pick up this guy. And that's 4 enemies in one that you've taken care of. One hornet's nest takes out 4 enemies and leaves the entire area empty. Pretty OP. However, if you wait a minute, they will come back. It's kind of another unique little thing in MGS3 that you didn't have in the previous games, where you have enemies moving through loading zones. Enemies that can leave an area and then come back to it later. You get a little sound cue as well, an audio cue to warn you of them coming back as well, which is nice. There, you hear it? Even if you're far away from them, you'll still hear it. Hey, what's up, Meta B? This is an in-depth run. This will be like a 20-hour playthrough, roughly. Let's switch out of this. What would happen if I tranked the guy before sending him into the other area? That's a really good question. I'm not sure, actually. Would he pass out while he was in the other area and not come back? Or would the game cheat? Do they reset the model? Yeah, I really don't know. Now they're all coming across the bridge. But we can also take out these ropes. Whoa! Nice! Oh, that was sweet. I got all of them in one. I don't usually manage to get all of them in one like that. Sweet. You can destroy every one of these ropes, by the way. It won't destroy the bridge completely. Because then you'd be soft locked. There is still one guy left here, though. Does that count as a kill? No. Yeah, you can get away with a lot of indirect kills in this. Like if you shoot a barrel and the barrel explodes and kills the guy, it's the barrel that killed him, not you. These guys just lost their balance. They were just clumsy and they killed themselves. I forget how electric fences work. If I grab a guy and throw him into an electric fence, does that count as a kill? I can't remember. I have a feeling it might not count as a kill. Let's do the tuxedo call with the boss. Yeah, the sorrow is down there somewhere.
Snake,
What's up, boss?
don't you what's up me. Just what do you think you're doing?
What do you mean?
What do I mean? What is that camouflage you're wearing?
Oh, this. What do you think?
Of all the...
Looks pretty good on me, doesn't it?
Are you out of your mind? You can't wear that in battle. It's like saying to the enemy, hey, here I am, shoot me.
Well, I'll admit it is a little on the flashy side.
Then why don't you...
But it does look good on me, doesn't it? You don't think so?
Listen, wise ass. Camouflage isn't gonna do jack if it doesn't help you blend in with your surroundings.
Well, I think it looks good on me.
Fine. Wear whatever you want.
Thought you'd like it.
I thought you'd like it.
Normally, you would ask a fellow... In my day, I did my share of sneaking into enemy territory.
You mean since World War II?
Yeah, mostly snatch missions.
Snatch mission. That's where you abduct an enemy officer without killing him, right?
Right. That's where I got the original idea for CQC. In a snatch mission, taking out the target's escorts by shooting them is not an option. If the enemy hears the gunshot, they'll know there's an intruder and tighten security. And the target will sense danger and try to get away.
You needed a way to take out the guards and secure the target without making a sound.
That was the idea. The CQC style that you and I developed is based on the techniques I cultivated during those missions. So...
First time I've heard this.
Huh?
You've never told me any of this before.
I didn't?
No. Why? Why didn't you tell me this before? Why now?
I have my reasons.
Okay, interesting. Makes me think that she knows that she might be on her deathbed here, sharing things that she wouldn't normally share because she feels she might not have the opportunity for much longer.
This is a solo sneaking mission. There's no one out there to support you. You'll need to be more than just a soldier. You'll have to be a medic, a pilot, and even a cook.
You don't need to remind me.
I'm glad to hear that.
Glad to hear what?
That you haven't changed a bit. The truth is, you're nervous, aren't you?
I'm not nervous.
There's no need to be embarrassed. No one's ever attempted a mission like this before. In fact, you might say that getting nervous is the natural way to react. Relax. That's why you have the survival viewer. The survival viewer contains everything you'll need to stay alive in the field. Use camouflage to change your camouflage, backpack to select a weapon, food to eat, and cure to heal yourself. The map option lets you view the map, and the options function lets you change the settings to suit your individual style. The survival viewer is going to be your best friend in this mission, so learn to make the most of it.
The boss only ever mentions giving birth to one child, who is Ocelot. Snake isn't her biological child. He is referred to as a son of the boss, just like the Cobra unit members are sons of the boss. But that has a different meaning, just sons in the sense that they are students of the boss. But Ocelot is the only biological child.
Choose battle fatigues that match the surrounding environment. The most It takes more than just clothes to make a good disguise. To camouflage your...
Yeah.
Camouflage... Hunters have known about camouflage since ancient times. But it's only quite recently, since the 18th century, that it's been applied to military operations. The first camouflage introduced to the military was a solid-colored uniform designed to blend in with the battlefield. It was really more of a protective coloring than true camouflage. Camouflage in the modern sense of the word wasn't introduced until the First World War. During that war, weapons such as aircraft, cannon, and warships were painted in camouflage colors. But it was almost never used to disguise individual soldiers. The widespread use of camouflage began in World War II. The Germans and the Russians in particular made active use of it in battle. Nowadays, with the Cold War raging, the Eastern Bloc has been hard at work developing all sorts of camouflage patterns. In the West, the French implemented it in their paratrooper corps, and SAS during the Wars of Independence in Indochina.
I never saw it used in Korea, though.
America has lagged behind other countries in incorporating camouflage. They're only just beginning to consider introducing it into certain units.
Why is that?
Apparently, there are those in the U.S. military who consider camouflage too passive a technique.
Morons.
You're telling me. But now more and more people are beginning to appreciate how useful and important camouflage can be. I'm sure the brass will see the light soon enough.
Yeah, the Ocelot thing is a hidden detail. You wouldn't know just from the final scenes with her alone, you know, where she's talking about the child. But there's an optional call that you can get much earlier in the game that kind of puts two and two together with that final scene. But yeah, if you stick around, you'll hear the call later on. You trigger the call after the Ocelot boss fight when you're in the cave with Eva. And Eva talks about Ocelot's mother and how she gave birth on the battle and how her, when they stitched her up, the scar was shaped like a snake. And then, of course, you see this very woman at the end of the game talking about her child with her snake-shaped scar. And it becomes clear who the child is. Let's keep doing some more of these calls with the boss.
To place a weapon on... The sooner you find... When you aim your handgun in first... Stalking is a movement technique that eliminates even the sound of your footsteps. But all you... In the jungle, it's absolutely... Select... Keep in mind that your weapons and equipment each...
And then Snake gives birth to Miller in Peace Walker and gets the same scar, exactly.
There is one weapon greater than any other in battle. Do you know what that is?
Yeah.
What?
Do we have to go through this again?
Yes,
Will. An unflinching will to survive, no matter what.
exactly. The will to carry out your mission and return home alive will see you through even the most desperate of situations. It's the most potent weapon in your arsenal. Don't forget that, no matter what.
Is it ever revealed if either Ocelot or the boss knew they were related? No, it's just left up to the player.
Treetops, bushes, hollow logs. There are plenty of places in nature you can use to hide yourself. Search each area carefully in first-person view. If you want to survive in the jungle, you're going to need to hone all of your senses. An unnatural movement in the undergrowth, a tiny shadow peeking out through the trees in the distance. Always keep an eye out for any signs of the enemy's presence. Your sense of hearing is equally important. Visibility is poor in the jungle, so you've got to learn to pick up the enemy's presence from the sounds you hear around you. Always be listening for that one snap of a twig among the chirping of the birds and the babbling of the brooks. Your sense of smell is also important. Body odor, sweat, gunpowder, food. These faint smells wafting in the wind will tell you where the enemy...
No.
No?
I can't smell.
You? What now?
I can't smell.
Not at all.
Nope.
Not even a little bit.
Not a thing.
Oh. Well then, you'll just have to trust in your instincts as a gamer.
Of course, because the player can see, the player can hear, but we can't smell what's going on in this game world. Originally, Kojima did want the player to be able to smell Snatcher when they played Snatcher. When they were investigating crime scenes in Snatcher, he wanted you to be able to smell blood coming from the bodies in the game. And what was the plan? Like, there would be something on the disc. The disc would like emit something when it got to some part of the game. Something in the system would trigger like a substance that was on the disc. I always forget what the whole idea was for Snatcher. Let me quickly search that. Snatcher blood smell. Kojima wanted the game to emit blood smell. Floppy disks get... Oh, yeah. Kojima's idea was for the PC 88 version of Snatcher, was to coat the floppy disk in a special paint that would melt when it got hot and release the smell of the crime scene. The melting paint would also reveal text written on the disk, which might be used to solve an in-game puzzle. The idea was not unsurprisingly shouted down and scrapped, but Kojima did of course go on to make players think outside his games in later years. Amazing. Reminds me of Boktai. He did get to do something pretty crazy with Boktai, where you had to use the real-life sun to charge up your gun in the game. The game that came with a solar panel on the back of the cartridge. Encouraging all the sweaty gamers to go out and touch grass. Boktai is pretty cool. It does lots of crazy stuff with the system's clock and the time of day, kind of like MGS3 does. But it kind of takes that to another level, where you actually need to go outside and utilize the power of the real-life sun.
If you rapid fire...
Yeah, and of course, yell sunlight in the middle of the street while you hold up your Game Boy to the sky.
Even while hanging, you can fire your handgun with one arm. And if you're attacked during a hanging maneuver, don't panic and claim the advantage. Equipment captured in the field often needs to be fixed or have its parts replaced before it can be used. But you won't need to worry about that in this mission.
Why's that?
Because your adversaries are highly trained professionals. They'll no doubt have made sure their reserve gear is in working condition.
So in other words, I can use the stuff I pick up right away?
Right. One more thing. When you pick up a new item, don't forget to read its description in the window.
Yeah. I tried tricking my Boktai with using lamps when playing at night. Did you have any luck? I don't think the game worked particularly well with like the original Game Boy Advance. Because when you tried to play it outside, it would just, you couldn't see the screen properly. I remember people saying that with like the original Game Boy Advance, but with one of the later special versions, it worked quite well. I forget what the issue was with the original one, but I think it was just this, like, the sun glaring on the screen. Yeah, it was the SP. I couldn't remember what it was called. Yeah, the Game Boy. You really had to play the game on the SP for it to work correctly. I still need to play those other Boktai games. They got several sequels. Kind of interesting to think that Boktai got more sequels than Zone of the Enders. Bad Humans, what are you saying here? Konami had been designing some portable handheld medical devices equipped with a variety of sensors. And so when that got released on the market, my previously vague concept of catching the rays of the sun came into clearer focus. Kojima on Boktai. Oh, that's interesting. So it's like other Konami medical products that inspired the idea. Oh no, because he said he did have he did have a previously vague concept of what it was, but yeah, it just came into clearer focus when he saw these other Konami products. That's interesting.
You said the enemy is equipped with AK-47s, didn't you? The AK-47 is the official assault rifle of the Soviet Army. It's employed not only by the Soviets, but throughout the entire Eastern Bloc. It uses 7.62 millimeter by 39 ammunitions, with a magazine capacity of 30 rounds. The AK is reliable, precise, powerful, and easy to handle. In short, one of the best assault rifles there is. Don't even think about getting into a one-man firefight against an enemy unit equipped with AKs. Avoid battle as much as possible. Are we clear? You mentioned the enemy was also carrying grenades, correct? Those grenades are RGD-5s, the standard blast fragmentation grenade of the Soviet Army. You can protect yourself from a large part of the blast and shrapnel from a grenade by lying flat on the ground. If someone throws a grenade at you and you sense that you can't get away in time, get into a crawl position. It should reduce the damage to a minimum.
If someone wants me to play the game, hold on 1 second. There you go. Okay, now let's do a few more boss calls.
When you see an enemy, the first thing to do is conceal yourself and watch what he's doing. If you make any sudden moves, your camo index...
If you wait around for a bit longer, you'll see some more of that. Not much, though, because we'll be going back into the radio screen shortly after the next little chunk of gameplay.
Your ultimate objective in this mission is to find Sokolov and get him to safety, not to slaughter the enemy.
So basically, I should avoid getting into battles, right? You don't have to tell me.
To avoid battles, it will be essential to scout out the enemy's numbers and positions. That's what your binoculars are for.
Another thing regarding the optional calls in this game, the more of these calls you do, the more information you unlock regarding the characters on the radio screen. You know how you have several pictures that you can scroll through? You start off, each character has 4 pictures, but you will be able to unlock a 5th, a 6th, a 7th. Apart from the boss. With the boss you only get 5 pictures because she isn't around for very long. But with each new picture you also get new information as well. Some information like regarding the character's hobbies, who their motion capture was done by, stuff like that.
Tell me, what's the advantage of a solo sneaking mission?
It's easier to go in undetected than with a group.
Exactly. And therein lies the entire reasoning behind this virtuous mission. This mission into Soviet territory is a violation of international law. If this gets out to the public, we'll be faced with an international crisis even greater than the one 4 years ago.
4 years ago, the U-2 crash.
Failure is not an option.
Not a problem. I'll get Sokolov out without them ever knowing I was here.
Your objective in this mission isn't to get into...
Yeah. I think we're pretty much done with the boss's optional calls now.
Enemies pose a... attack...
But we still have quite a few to do with Zero. Like I was saying before, on the Virtuous mission, we just have to spend a lot of time here on the radio screen. The calls aren't paced particularly well with the gameplay sequences. There are a lot of calls and not a lot of gameplay sections.
You've killed all the enemies. Now you can cross the suspension bridge without worrying about being spotted. Sokolov is in the abandoned factory to the north. Find him right away.
That's cool. He has a call. It registers when you've taken out all the enemies here. You're safe to cross the bridge now. You've killed everyone.
Sokolov should be at the abandoned factory to the north, so head in that direction.
You killed them? Well, we got rid of all of them. We killed them indirectly. I did kill one of them directly. I shot one of them in the head with a sniper rifle.
Snake, that region is inside the enemy's area of control.
I know. Time for the real deal.
The enemy is running regular patrols. You don't know when or where you might run into them. Use camouflage prudently and proceed with caution.
Lisp. Lisp, you're going to have to start being more interesting or you're going to get banned soon.
Snake, camouflage uniforms alone are not enough. You'll need to put on... Snake, camouflage and face paint alone won't make you blend in completely. In addition to the camouflage itself, your physical position is a crucial dynamic you should keep in mind.
Major, you said the enemy was KGB, right?
I did.
What unit are they from? The 6th Directorate?
No, the 9th Directorate.
The 9th?
Yes,
But I thought that was...
exactly. It's the unit that protects the Kremlin and provides bodyguards for high-level VIPs.
But they're assigned to protect party and government figures. I thought that only meant high-ranking officials and their families. And now they're being sent out to stand watch over a field exercise?
That's the idea.
What's really going on?
I don't know. What I do know is that the director of the 9th Directorate is a well-known protege of Khrushchev. The Premier may have wanted to assign this mission to someone he knew he could trust.
So he can't trust any other units?
Ever since the withdrawal from Cuba, Khrushchev's position has been getting weaker day by day. This secret test is an act of desperation by a cornered man. If nothing else, the completion of Sokolov's new weapon in this test should help re-establish Khrushchev's authority in Moscow.
So what you're saying is, there's also a good chance that whoever doesn't want to see that happen is going to try and interfere.
Most likely, Khrushchev must have anticipated this and sent his most loyal unit, his trump card, to make sure that all goes well.
Troller, I'm just seeing your donation now. Thank you for the $6.09 to fight the end. Cheers, man. I'll add that. Much appreciated. That Lisp guy was following the channel for fucking 5 years. And that was the first thing he said in chat. He never commented in all these 5 years. Weird. Okay.
Equip food as a weapon and press the weapon button to throw the food.
You finally had enough. Wait a second. I don't like this channel. After 5 years, it dawns on him.
Snake, the Mark 22 is a tranquilizer gun. Use it to put enemies to sleep without harming them. The speed...
Major, didn't you say that the boss was in the SAS with you?
Yes, we formed the 22nd SAS Regiment together. When the SAS, the British Special Air Service, was first established, they invited the boss on board as a special advisor. In fact, you might say it was the boss who put together Rayforce and L Detachment, which laid the groundwork for today's SAS. You won't find her name in the history books, but her contributions were many and great.
Yeah, the real heroes are never made public.
Not in our line of work, anyway. The dummy run on Heliopolis and the nighttime raids on German air bases in North Africa were her idea as well. Yes, she was always one step ahead of the rest of us, both in thought and action. It's true what they say. Who dares wins.
The motto of the SAS.
Precisely. The motto itself is a tribute to her service. Needless to say, the SAS has become a model for special forces units all over the world. In that sense, the boss really is the mother of special forces. Snake, let me explain the enemy's various states of alert.
No, that's okay.
After you've grabbed... Press the... Snake, remember that...
Major, what about my code name?
You mean Naked Snake?
Yeah, what does it mean?
It's because snakes slither through the grass unnoticed to those around them.
No, I mean the naked part.
It means without embellishment, devoid of a specified quality. In other words, basic.
Why's that my code name?
Because you're basic.
I explained that the Virtuous mission is designed to test the effectiveness of Fox, right?
Right.
And the procedure used for this mission will represent the modus operandi of Fox for future missions. In other words...
The essence of Fox. Naked and pure?
Exactly. And there's the fact that you went in practically naked. No weapons, no equipment.
I see. Means more than I realized.
Yes, clever, isn't it? But don't leave yourself naked to the enemy.
Roger that.
Yeah, so there it is. We were talking about it earlier. Ties in nicely with the whole Cobra unit idea, with all of them being tied to something very specific. But Naked Snake is devoid of a specific quality. Reminds me of that line that the boss has at the end of the Virtuous mission, when Volgan says, is he coming with us? No, this one is still just a child, too pure for us Cobras. He has not yet found an emotion to carry into battle. I think we have a few more to do here.
Snake, certain enemy soldiers are equipped with radio.
Yeah.
It's possible to destroy... Snake, this operation is a sneaking mission. You'll be doing your job... Snake,
Snake?
Snake? Snake, I've completed the double check on the Fulton recovery system.
Any problems?
None. Leave your recovery to us.
Excellent.
I suppose I should explain the procedure once more before the actual maneuver.
No.
I see. Well, the Fulton recovery system allows for rapid recovery of personnel from enemy territory, and it's perfect for these kinds of special operations. Basically, how it works is the plane flies by and snags a nylon lift line that the soldier has grabbed onto, and that's been elevated by a balloon. The Fulton recovery system was first designed in the 1940s as a method of picking up mail for the American Postal Service. During the Korean War, that system was redesigned to recover personnel. JAC, an ancillary organization to the CIA. Yes, good old JAC. It stands for Joint Advisory Commission Korea. Isn't that something? So, JAC first used the Fulton surface-to-air recovery system to extract agents from North Korea and mainland China. Let's go over the procedure once more, to be on the safe side. First, the plane drops a canister about the size of a coffin to you. Inside, you'll find a balloon, a 1,500-foot cable, and a harness that attaches to your suit. Take the items out, attach the line to your suit, fill the balloon with helium, and send the line up. The plane will approach at 125 miles per hour. Snag the cable just below the balloon with a hook on the nose of the aircraft, and whisk you away. Assuming the pickup is successful, you'll be reeled in with a winch and pulled to safety into the rear of the aircraft. Got it? Snake,
Yeah, I got it. I got it real good.
were you listening?
Yeah.
All right, then.
So there we have the Fulton call. Zaku, thank you very much for the big $30 donation to Snipe Early. Snipe Early, never seen it done. Hey, thank you, man. And yeah, cheers everyone for the donations. Everything is going towards the goal here.
Did you like it?
For all the con equipment. Cheers, guys. Anything else?
You can get in... Snake? In the
corner view.
Move the right... If you have a gun equipped during the... You did an excellent halo jump.
Not really. I didn't land in the right spot. A jumper who lost his pack on the first real Halo jump. That'll make a good story for you.
Who cares? There are no records of your operations.
I know, but...
What, you're embarrassed?
No, I'm not embarrassed.
It's the boss, isn't it?
What about the boss?
Nothing, paramedic.
Doesn't sound like nothing.
Nothing to do with the boss, I mean.
It has something to do with the boss, but you don't want to say so.
Yeah, kinda.
I understand, Snake.
The boss has done a lot of work on the military study of halo jumps. And Snake here wanted to give a perfect performance on the first real jump. You know, to show respect to the mother of the technique.
Major!
Snake, I thought you were over and out.
Wow, is that right?
You got something to say.
No,
I bet you do.
not really. I just think it's kind of sweet of you to think like that.
I don't know whether to take that as a compliment or an insult.
It's a compliment, Snake. So tell me, is it true?
What?
Not that. Is it true that the boss really worked on research for Halo jumps?
Oh, that.
Yes, it's true. Halo stands for High Altitude Low Opening. It's a jump technique developed for covert insertions into enemy territory, just like the area you're in. A plane flies at 10,000 feet or above to avoid detection by ground forces, and the jumper free falls until he's within 1,000-foot altitude above the target area, when he finally opens his chute. By using this technique, the chances of revealing the parachute landing to the enemy are marginal. The Halo technique was originally developed in France. This was partly due to popularity of parachuting as a sport since the end of World War II. And the boss was an instructor for the research that was carried out there. In 1957, at the JFK Special Operations Center at Fort Bragg, the boss was invited to instruct at the first ever US military Halo school. Of course, none of this is on the record, but she's the mother of modern-day special forces.
I don't believe it. Bullshit. Prove it. Let me just reset this area. Actually, let's go down and get this assault rifle first. Actually, no, I'll reset the area just in case anything horrible happens. I don't want to have to do all these calls again, so let's just save the game here by getting a checkpoint. It's a shame the wobbly bridge doesn't affect the cutscene later on. You know, when you come back after meeting Sokolov, you get the scene here on the bridge. But the bridge just respawns in perfect condition, no matter what you do. They should have created a couple of different variations. Had the characters wobbling on the bridge more if you cut the rope. That would have been a good secret theater idea. All the characters just slip and fall off. Every one of them. Almost the entire cast is there during that scene. They should have all slipped and fell into the river. And while they were slipping, the bridge collapses and smacks the chopper with all the Cobra unit members in there, and then the chopper starts wobbling and the Cobra unit members fall out of the chopper along with them. Hire me. I have all the ideas. Yeah, while they're slipping down, the bridge snaps and then flies up and smacks the chopper. And the N's eyes pop out of his head when he sees it coming. And they all explode simultaneously. They all scream their names and explode simultaneously while flying out of the chopper, creating an extravagant fireworks show. Let's take a look at this assault rifle. Roll the credits. It's cool, we get the camo pattern on it.
The survival viewer can
Yeah.
camouflage. The weapon you're equipped with now is called the XM16E1. It's a new type of rifle currently being developed by the US Army.
If it's still in development, then what's it doing here?
My guess is they captured it when it was being battle tested in Southeast Asia. But the one you've got there is quite a bit different from the ones I've been hearing about. For one thing, it's camo painted, and it's fitted with a 3-shot burst mechanism. It even looks like you could attach a suppressor. All of these modifications are geared towards jungle combat. This doesn't look like the work of the Soviets. My guess is they were added on site by an American gunsmith during Army field trials. Open the weapon window and press the Enter button to attach or remove the suppressor. Press the Action button to switch between semi-auto, full auto, and 3-shot burst modes. Make use of each of these functions as the situation warrants.
Okay. One crazy little detail regarding these weapon calls. On the Virtuous mission, the boss is, of course, your weapons expert. You equip a weapon, you call the boss, and she'll tell you about it. But then that changes on Operation Snake Eater, where Sigint becomes your weapons expert. And if you do all these weapon calls with the boss, you won't be able to do them later with Sigint. And they both give you different information as well. Their calls will be slightly different. However, we can cheese the system. We can do the boss weapon calls, kill ourselves, reload the checkpoint, and then get the calls again later with Sigint. That way we can get all of the calls in one playthrough, if you want to be really thorough with all of this.
I see you've got your hands on an SVD. The SVD is the Soviet Union's most advanced automatic sniper rifle. It's said to be better designed and more durable than anything the West has.
It looks kind of like an AK-47.
The shape is similar, but the internal mechanism is one of a kind. It uses 7.62 by 54 millimeter rimmed cartridges, which are more powerful and precise than the ones the AK uses. It can be a powerful weapon if you know how to use it. Sniper rifles aren't meant to be used on the move. When you equip one, you'll immediately go into first-person view. The more stable your stance, the less your hands will shake when you're aiming the rifle. Make sure you're lying down before attempting to make a long-distance shot. To use the scope, press the Aim button. You can also use the Action button to change the level of magnification. By taking out enemies from a distance with the sniper rifle, you can shift the odds in your favor. Use it well.
It's pretty cool at MGS3. You really can notice the difference between the wobble, whether you're standing, crouching, completely still. We can also get some information on the thermals, I think.
Those things you're wearing, those are...
Thermal goggles. Some kind of electronic gadget that shows the distribution of heat sources in image form.
I know they're based on the same principle behind the FLIR system on gunships, but to think they actually made it small enough to carry with you.
They're not just making good rockets, huh? Never underestimate the power of Soviet science.
Tell me about it. In any case, those thermal goggles should allow you to easily see through enemy camouflage and spot traps. Just don't leave them on for too long, or you'll drain the batteries.
Graf Sativia. I don't know, that's okay. The question doesn't get asked a lot. I don't think he knows, personally, but it's, I guess it's up to the person. I guess some people theorize that he might know from the get-go. I know a lot of people think that little moment is interesting between Zero and Paramedic at the start on the plane. They think it might imply that Zero knows that Snake is going to be out there for a while, needing to eat food to survive with things going wrong. But, yeah, no, I don't think he knows, personally. Let's see.
If you rapid fire the... For the...
I think I'll kill myself. Actually, no, let's do the stun grenade call, because I don't think we've done this one yet.
That's certainly a strange-looking grenade you've got there.
Yeah, I've never seen one like this.
Yeah.
What is it?
It must be a new type of grenade developed by the Russians. From what I can tell, it's a non-lethal weapon that uses a flash of light and intense sound to overpower the senses of human targets. You can probably use that grenade to knock out the enemy without killing them. It might prove useful. When you see an...
Okay, I think we're almost ready to move on. Let's do this so we can get the calls later with Sigint. I want to save.
Do you want to save? Snake, do you know the creature from the Black Lagoon?
Nope, never heard of it.
These scientists are investigating a place deep in the Amazon called the Black Lagoon, and they get picked off one after the other by this fishman thing. And there was this scene when the heroine is going for a swim, and the creature sneaks up on her from underwater. Oh, I thought my heart was going to stop. I mean, of course, the 3D effects in It Came from Outer Space were a lot more intense, but...
It wouldn't be referring to you coming from outer space, would it?
How rude! Why do you say that?
Because no one on Earth could be as charming as you.
Fine. I'll just get to the point, Snake. Be careful of what's around you when you're in the water. Just imagining you swimming in those jungle rivers makes me think of you being attacked by a fishman.
I appreciate the concern.
Fishmen aren't the only things that'll attack you in the water. Really be careful out there.
Okay.
And don't be attacking any pretty girls going for a swim, either.
Are you calling me a fishman?
You started it.
Okay, I need to be very careful. I'm going to try and avoid the Siberian incap calls so we can get it later for Granin. If I call paramedic here, she'll talk about it. But I still need to get a few other paramedic calls, so I'll try and get them in this next area. I don't think there are Siberian incaps in this next place.
Major, I've reached the abandoned factory where Sokolov is supposedly being held. This place is a dump. I can't see Sokolov from here. The security is pretty tight. There are sentries posted around the perimeter. I wonder how many are inside.
Your objective, Sokolov, is inside the factory. They should be holding him in a room in the northeast section.
Northeast section. Got it.
Be careful. Your mission is to bring Sokolov back alive. He must not be exposed to any kind of danger. Do not approach Sokolov while in the alert phase.
Right.
Oh, and one more thing, Snake.
You mean there's more?
No, it's just that when you get to Sokolov, I want you to tell him something from me.
And that is?
Sorry for being so late.
Is that all?
Yes.
Understood. Beginning my approach to the target.
Okay. First, let me call paramedic.
I see you've got yourself a Baltic hornet's nest. Baltic hornets are a variety of hornets that inhabit that area. The difference between them and other hornets is that they produce honey in their nests. Inside the nests are larvae, pupa, and adults. You can eat them all. In particular, the honey you find inside the nest is delicious and full of nutrients. It's easy to digest and helps pep you up when you're feeling tired. In short, it's the perfect survival food. Honey can also be used as a burn ointment. When honey is applied to a burn, it creates a protective coating over the skin. When you knock down a hornet's nest, a burn ointment will appear along with it, so don't forget to pick it up. Of course, the hornets aren't going to give up their nest without a fight. If you knock a nest down, a large swarm of hornets will come flying out, so be careful. The gauge below you. That area is home to the Sunda whistling thrush. The Sunda whistling thrush is a bird native to Java and Sumatra. It's distinguished by its large blue body and long beak. It really stands out in the forest. If you're aiming to catch one alive, use the tranquilizer gun.
Got it. So...
How does it taste?
yeah.
I don't know.
You don't know.
The guide doesn't say. I guess there's no reason you couldn't eat them.
Oh, I see.
But it's nice and plump, so I'm sure it'd make a hearty meal.
That's a good point.
Snake, there are rats living in that area. The rats in that area are the descendants of wild Norway rats that were domesticated by humans as pets and lab animals. They're not poisonous, and I don't think they'll attack you, but they're quick little creatures, so you might have a hard time catching one.
Uh-huh. So how do they taste?
Snake,
What?
they're rats.
I know what they are. Do they taste okay?
The guide says they're not that bad.
Good enough for me.
Ugh. That area is home to the reticulated python. The reticulated python is said to be the longest snake in the world. It's not venomous, but it still poses a threat, so watch out.
Yeah, we did that one already. Okay, I think I'm in luck. If we get the Siberian in cap call, I'm gonna have to reset, because I want to do that one later.
Eat food to recover.
Yeah.
To eat
Yeah, I think we're good.
that area.
So now I just want to get the specific story-related calls that you can only get on the Virtuous mission.
Paramedic.
What's up?
Are you a medic or a doctor?
I'm a well-respected physician, or I was until I joined the CIA.
How is your reputation?
My what?
Your reputation.
Oh, that.
How was it?
Why? Don't you trust me?
That's not what I meant.
Fine then.
Uh-huh. So,
So what?
your reputation, how was it?
My, you're relentless.
Hey, I'm a snake. So,
My reputation was spotless. I'm highly skilled, patient, and good-looking to boot. Everybody wanted to see me. What else would you expect? No, seriously.
Incidentally, her nickname back then was Quack.
Major.
is that true?
Is what true?
About your nickname.
No. Well, maybe a few people did call me that.
So you were a quack.
No. Well, yes and no. I mean, in a sense I was, but then again I wasn't.
Snake, her skills as a doctor are beyond reproach. You have my word on that.
Yes, that's exactly what I was trying to say, Snake.
Then why did they call her quack?
It's because she...
Never mind that. It doesn't matter. We've got a job to do and we have to stay focused. Besides, my past doesn't have anything to do with the mission and...
Because she never shuts up.
Yes, that's it.
No, that's not it. Snake, tell him that's not true. Say something.
I'd better get back to the mission.
Yes, you do that.
Just a minute. Snake, don't you hang up on me.
Hangs up.
Snake, there are rats living in that.
Yeah, you told me.
If you have any questions about... Say, Snake, about that helmet and oxygen mask you took off right after you parachuted in?
Oh, those? Those are the helmet assembly and oxygen system assembly I used to make the Halo jump. The helmet is fitted with a bayonet fastener that attaches to the oxygen mask. It's also got earphones and a boom mic.
I'm not interested in all that stuff.
So why did you bring it up?
It reminds me of something.
Reminds you of something.
Yeah.
The mask.
Yeah, but I can't remember what it is, and I can't stop thinking about it.
That's what you've been thinking about?
Yeah, every time I'm about to remember it, it slips away from me again. Don't you just hate that?
Mm-hmm.
I know I've seen it somewhere before. Any ideas?
How would I...
That's it!
What?
The fly!
The fly?
Yeah, it finally came to me. You look just like him. Ah, I feel better.
The fly?
From the movie, The Fly? You've never seen it?
No.
Jeez, where have you been? It's about this scientist who's conducting teleportation experiments when he gets mixed up with a fly and ends up with the fly's head attached to his body.
Never heard of it.
That's too bad. It's a good movie.
When she keeps wondering about where she's seen it before, I think it's supposed to be a hint to the player to think on the previous MGS games. They probably want you to be thinking of the MGS2 mask. And then when she comes out with it, it's something completely different. Anything else, Paramedic?
Paramedic. You said you like movies, right?
I love him.
About the Major's code name.
Major Tom?
Yeah. He sounded like he wasn't sure whether or not Tom was the name of the tunnel that worked in The Great Escape.
So I heard.
So was it?
Was it what?
Was Tom really the name of the tunnel that worked?
Right.
So it was Tom.
Maybe.
Maybe.
I don't know.
Why don't you know?
Why should I know?
You watch a lot of movies, don't you?
Yeah.
But you've never seen The Great Escape.
No.
Why not?
It didn't look interesting.
You don't watch movies that don't look interesting.
That's right.
And yet you've seen The Fly.
The Fly looked interesting, and it was. Something wrong.
Nothing. Tell me, what other kind of movies do you like?
Let's see. There's the Quatermass Experiment, and It Conquered the World, and Earth versus the Spider. Oh, and Mondo Cane. Did I say something weird?
What?
Forget it.
Yeah, so that call is fucked up on the HD collection. I don't know what happened there in the code, that it just randomly started to play French subtitles in the middle of the call, but yeah, that's not supposed to happen. There isn't some deep meaning behind all of this. That's just not supposed to happen. I have seen a couple of those movies that she mentioned there. The Quatermass Experiment is really good. Anything else, Paramedic?
Snake, there...
Actually, yeah, I think that's it. I think we're done now with Paramedic's calls.
That area...
For now. Now, let's clear out these guys. Nice. Nice. Now I'm gonna sprint through here. Get on my toes. want to check something here. I might get in trouble here. Quickly, wake this guy up.
Freeze. Freeze.
If I kill these guys, leave the area, and come back, they actually respawn. I just want to see if I hold them up. If they'll stay held up if I go back to a couple of the previous areas. No! I didn't mean to do that. My bad. You son of a bitch.
Freeze.
That was close. I'm usually pretty good with the pressure sensitivity. I fucked it up there. It's actually harder with a PS3 controller.
Freeze.
The pressure sensitivity isn't as good. Stay down. Ah! Yeah, this guy's about to wake up.
Freeze. Freeze. Freeze.
Hey, okay, there we go. Behave yourself now.
No, wait.
Yes, give me those bullets. Anything else? Smokes? Oof. So normally this is where you would go to encounter Sokolov. Once we walk up to the door there, we trigger the next cutscene as we approach it. However, if we wear the mask, let's see what happens. No cutscene. We try and open the door. Locked.
Snake, when you meet Sokolov, don't go in wearing that mask.
Why?
He won't like it.
Won't like it?
No.
Why not?
Just trust me, he won't.
Yeah.
You'll need Sokolov's full cooperation to complete this mission successfully. Don't do anything to make him lose confidence in you. When you go in to meet Sokolov, make sure you remove your disguise. Got it?
Stay away from me. Vulcan sent you, didn't he? Go away. Stay away from me.
So I guess Sokolov was one of the many MGS2 haters at the time. He's not a Raiden fan.
I won't let you in here.
But I guess there's an in-world explanation too, given that this guy has history with Volgin and Rykov. What did Rykov do to this guy?
I will never give it to you. Vulcan sent you, didn't he? Go away.
Why is every male in MGS3 afraid of Mr. Raidanovich? Well, he's a joke character. Inspired by the backlash to MGS2. That's why everyone hates Rykov, or has something against Rykov in this. When MGS2 first released, there was a big fan backlash. People didn't like Raiden. And the Rykov character is playing off that fan reaction. Later on, there's a call between Snake and Zero. You know, Zero really doesn't like Rykov either, the mask. And when Snake wears the mask, he says, "This look should make me more popular." And Zero responds, "I wouldn't bet on it, but whatever." The US mainly, but European players as well, apparently. It was actually European players that Kojima mentioned specifically, rather than the US players in his old MGS3 commentary when talking about the Rykov section. He was talking about the freedom that the player has when it comes to the Rykov section. You know, you can trank him, you can kill him, you can do whatever you want. And he said, something tells me that in Europe, he might be killed more than saved. But yeah, Rykov is not a character you're really supposed to be thinking about seriously. Like, oh, is this guy related to Raiden in some way? Is this guy Raiden's grandfather? He's not supposed to be like a real character like that, you know? He's just a spoof character. He's just a joke character playing off the MGS2 backlash. Is he Raiden's son? Doesn't Raidenovich mean son of Raiden? It does, doesn't it? Pretty fitting and thematic as well, you know, because more often than not, whenever you hear of sons in Metal Gear, it's, you know, like the inheritor of someone's legacy. Sons of the boss. Sons of liberty. Even in Peace Walker with Amanda and the Sons of Sandino. So, in that sense, you could say that Raiden is the son, or that Raidenovich is the son of Raiden, in a meta sense. Let's see. That's cool. You can roll over them.
What can I say? That's tasty.
So, Sokolov is in this room here. You go over here. See, that's the door that leads into his room. You can play around with him a bit here.
Please stop. Please stop.
What if I throw in the hornet's nest? Oh, it was... No, I fucked that up. That's okay, though. Hold on, let me get a snake. The directional mic? I forget. Can you hear him say anything in there with the mic? I think he does mutter a couple of things. Yeah, I usually catch a snake before this point. Oh, fuck. Damn. Hold on, let's see if one of these guys has some ammo.
No, wait!
Suppressor. Bug juice. Sorry. My bad. Damn, this guy's a lot of stuff. Ooh, wow, life med.
Please don't.
Hey, nice. Yeah, we need to catch this snake alive. Alage with the 44. Thank you. Okay, now let's throw the snake in.
Get it off me! Get it off me!
You can actually shatter the illusion here as well. If you look into the room, you won't find anyone in there. But that's because you're not supposed to be able to see inside this room. Originally, you only had this camera. So you weren't able to see inside clearly. You can see parts of the room, but you can't see the whole thing. Another thing, once you get to this area, the boss no longer responds. However, if you keep calling her, this is an extremely well hidden call here. If you keep calling her, it can take a while to get this as well. Also, turn up your volume for this as well if you can, because it's hard to hear. Eventually, we will get a response from the boss here. but it's very hard to hear what's being said.
Boss?
I still couldn't really hear it, but you're supposed to be able to hear the sorrow there during that call. Which plays some of his quotes from later on in the game, like sad, so sad, or something like that. But I always find it really hard to hear. But yeah, the sorrow is, it's the sorrow who picks up the call that time. Yeah, same here, Nick. I can hear a voice, but I can't hear what he's saying. I think maybe in Japanese it might be a little bit clearer. I forget what quote it is exactly from the sorrow. But yeah, pretty creepy. Ominous. There's another pretty well hidden call here as well if we leave the area. HD collection fuck up? No, I don't think so. I think the audio is like that in the original as well. It's just hard to make out. I think it's supposed to be hard to hear. So normally you would have no real reason to go back all this way after you reach Razvet. But if you do come all the way back here and call 0,
Snake, where are you going?
Oh,
Are you abandoning your mission?
absolutely not.
I didn't think so.
I didn't think you thought so.
Sokolov is back there in the factory. Head back north.
Roger.
and that's it. Yeah, pretty easy to miss that one as well. Oh, 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 oh. Okay, I'm curious now. Are these guys still gonna be lying down with their hands on their heads? Oh, no, they're all back up. Maybe it's because of that one guy that I killed by mistake. Probably not, though. Oops.
What's wrong?
HQ, please respond. Duh. Bum, bum, bum. Ba, ba, dum. Is that guy not... There he is. Jesus, he's slow. Ba-dum, bum, bum. Last round. Bum, ba-dum, ba-dum, ba-dum. One more thing I want to show. No, you son of a bitch. Just your imagination.
Seeing things.
Freeze.
Oh! I just took a gamble. That's okay.
Who's that?
I just want to show what happens. We're going to die here anyway. Well, we're not going to die, but we're going to trigger a game over. Just want to show what happens if you throw a grenade into Sokolov.
HQ respond.
You've created a time paradox. Snake, you can't go changing the future like that.
Love how we can hear them still shooting at me here. But yeah, a lot of people know about the Ocelot time paradox here. But yeah, you can also get another one with Sokolov. I just killed Sokolov. Awesome, yeah. Okay, I'll try and be... No! I said I was...
What's wrong?
I was going to say I'll try and be more efficient with my 7 rounds this time.
HQ, please respond.
HQ, please respond.
Patrol here. We're being attacked.
What's going on? Respond. There's something wrong. Support unit, confirm their status.
Gonna take a big risk here. Ba-da-la-bum. Skip-beedle-a-boop-ba-doop-ba-boo. Skip-beedle-a-bum. Beedle-a-boo. Oh, stop going into a crouched position, Snake. Jesus. Ooh, the snake camo is good here. Oh, yeah, of course. Just solid camo in any environment. DRK didn't get to see the dog tag, unfortunately, no. I'm gonna take a gamble here. Bum ba dum ba dum bum bum.
You must be Sokolov.
Are you one of Volgin's men? You'll never get it from me.
No. I'm a CIA agent. I've come to escort you back to the other side of the Iron Curtain.
You're CIA?
Yeah. I was sent by Major Zero, the man who got you out 2 years ago.
Zero?
I have a message from him.
What is it?
He said to tell you sorry for being so late.
Did he now?
What does it mean?
It means he's a man of his word. But we've got no time for this. You have to get me out of here before they arrive.
Who's they?
Colonel Volgin of Gru. You in the West know him as Thunderbolt.
Thunderbolt? Never heard of him.
He's a member of the Army's extremist faction, a man who seeks to seize control of the motherland. Ever since the Cuban Missile Crisis 2 years ago, Khrushchev has been pursuing a policy of peaceful coexistence with the West. Despite resistance and criticism from hawks in the army and the provincial authorities, Khrushchev has managed to suppress the opposition so far. But the failure of his agricultural policies has put him in a precarious position. And on top of that, the tragedy last November.
President Kennedy's assassination.
Precisely. In a sense, Khrushchev has lost his biggest partner, and his power base is rapidly crumbling away. A certain group is plotting to use this opportunity to seize power by rallying the anti-government forces, overthrowing Khrushchev, and installing Brezhnev and Kosygin in his place. The mastermind behind this plot is Colonel Volgin of the GRU. He has control over another secret weapons research facility much like this one, OKB-812, known as the Granin Design Bureau, and is using it to further his plans. But that is not enough to satisfy him. Now he's plotting to seize the secret weapon I have been developing here and use it as leverage in his bid for power. The intelligence says that they are going to make their move during the test.
Then, the soldiers outside.
Exactly. They wouldn't need that many men just to keep me inside. Their orders were to prevent Colonel Volgin from capturing me. Even if it meant killing me in the process, or so it would seem. Volgin will come. I'm sure of it. You must get me out of here before then.
Leave it to me.
By the way, your Russian is superb. Where did you learn to speak it?
From my mentor.
Is that so? America is truly a frightening country.
Having second thoughts?
No. I have no love for this place. Let's go.
Major, this is Snake. Sokolov is safe with me. He's doing fine. No injuries.
Good work, Snake. Now hurry up and get Sokolov to the recovery point. We'll rendezvous with you there.
Roger.
What about the sentries?
I had to kill them. There was no other way. But no one will know we were involved.
I see.
What about the boss?
We lost contact with the boss some time ago.
What happened?
It's probably just a weak signal. Just hurry and get Sokolov out of there.
Freeze!
So this is the legendary boss.
Huh?
Huh? We meet at last.
You're from the Ocelot unit of Spetsnaz. Huh. What's a GRU soldier doing here?
Soldier?
He's the Ocelot commander.
Ha! That's Major Ocelot to you. And don't you forget it.
Sokolov is ours. Now get out of here.
And Ocelot never lets his prey escape.
What?
I can't say it feels good to kill a comrade, even if it is for the GRU.
Sokolov, take cover.
Huh. You're not the boss, are you?
GRU operatives?
What is that stance? Huh. That gun.
Did you like it?
If you're not the boss, then die.
Fuck you, asshole! Major! Leave it! Shoot the other one! Good! Whoa! A whoop!
What a load of bullshit.
Fuck you, asshole! Good!
Did you like it?
Bisexual. You ejected the first bullet by hand, didn't you? I see what you were trying to do. But testing a technique you've only heard about in the middle of battle wasn't very smart. You were asking to have your gun jam on you. Besides, I don't think you're cut out for an automatic in the first place. You tend to twist your elbow to absorb the recoil. That's more of a revolver technique.
You filthy American dog!
Did you like it?
No shit.
But that was some fancy shooting.
Did you like it?
What a load of bullshit. Pretty good.
Major, do you read me?
I read you. Snake, you all right?
I've run into a few snags. These guys were after Sokolov too. Apparently they were taking orders from a GRU colonel named Volgan.
A GRU colonel?
Part of an internal Soviet power struggle, according to Sokolov. Something between the KGB and GRU. Between Khrushchev's supporters and Volgan's.
Sokolov was being guarded by the KGB and hunted by GRU? Snake, it sounds like this could be even hotter than Cuba.
I don't like it. Something about the whole thing stinks.
I agree. You'd better hurry.
Sokolov ran off by himself, but I'll catch up to him.
We're counting on you.
Okay, we're back. Just having a little bit of a food break there. I always really enjoy the theatricality of this cutscene with Ocelot and his men. Reminds me of a stage play or like a musical, the way they all follow suit, laughing on command. If we shake him down here, we get a mousetrap, because an ocelot is a type of cat, and cats catch mice. An ocelot likes to scheme and set people up. Of course, we can get the classic time paradox. We kill him.
Snake, you can't do that. The future will change. You'll create a time paradox.
You don't always get the same Colonel dialogue here, though, do you? Now, no Nando's. I'm just eating some cheap microwavable pasta that I was able to heat up in like 3 minutes.
Snake, you can't do that. The future will change. You'll create a time paradox. Snake, what have you done? You changed the future. You've created a time paradox.
Yeah, we got like 3 different variations. Any more?
You've created a time paradox. Snake, you can't go changing the future like that.
Okay, before we continue, we can do a few more optional calls here.
Snake, stay alert. The KGB and GRU both have their sights set on Sokolov. GRU is a military espionage outfit, the intelligence wing of the Soviet Defense Ministry's General Staff Office. It competes with the KGB, which is under the Ministry of Internal Affairs, and the two are always watching each other.
Never let the left hand know what the right hand is doing.
Exactly. Now, added to that rivalry, there's a vicious power struggle going on between the Khrushchev faction and the anti-Khrushchev faction.
So Khrushchev is using the KGB, and Volgin and the anti-Khrushchev forces are using the GRU?
That's the idea. The two factions are fighting over Sokolov. We're in an extremely dangerous situation here.
Yeah, I'm aware of that.
Get Sokolov out of there safely. He must not be turned over to the KGB or to the GRU. Sokolov took off in the direction of the rope bridge. Get after him. Hurry!
But why would I hurry when you've more things to tell me, Zero?
Major, have you been able to contact the boss?
No.
You really think it's bad reception?
We're looking into it.
Major.
Snake, you've got more important things to worry about than contacting the boss. Right now, Sokolov is out there wandering around the jungle alone. What are you going to do if he gets caught by the enemy? We're still looking into why we lost contact with the boss. I'll let you know as soon as we find anything out. In the meantime, it's your job to find Sokolov and get him to safety. Got it?
Major, do you know anything about this GRU colonel Sokolov was talking about?
Yes.
Who is he?
A most dangerous man indeed. His name is Yevgeny Borisovich Volgin. His code name in the West is Thunderbolt. He's gained a reputation as the most brutal and cold-blooded of the Soviet spy masters. During the war, Volgin was assigned to the domestic branch of the NKVD. He was stationed in the rear of the Soviet line to catch and punish any troops who tried to retreat or desert. He's also notorious for his accomplishments in anti-guerrilla operations in the Ukraine and the Baltic states. Apparently, he likes to boast that he disposed of over 100,000 anti-communists. We also know that he was instrumental in putting down the 1953 insurrection in East Germany and the 1956 uprising in Hungary. He is truly a fearsome man. There's no telling what he might be plotting. Be careful.
I will. Major, what's this Granin Design Bureau Sokolov was talking about?
OKB 812. It's the same type of top-secret facility as Sokolov's own OKB 754. The director is a man by the name of Alexander Leonovich Granin. He's Sokolov's arch-rival, and the two have competed fiercely against each other since the days of the war. To hear Sokolov tell it, though, the rivalry was really all in Granin's head. In any case, Granin seems to harbor an unusually intense hatred for Sokolov. Knowing that Sokolov was protected under the aegis of Khrushchev, Granin threw in his lot with Volgin, the vanguard of the anti-Khrushchev movement. Apparently, Granin meant to use the funds provided by these opposition forces in order to defeat his old foe. Volgin, for his part, was intrigued by the possibility of using the high-tech weapons Granin created in the fight against Khrushchev. Thus, the two formed an alliance, and Volgin took the Granin Design Bureau under his control.
But now Volgin's got his sights set on Sokolov.
Yes, it would seem that he and Granin aren't getting along so well after all. By the way, Snake, what were you doing back there?
Back where?
You were giving some kind of advice to a GRU commander, weren't you?
Yeah.
He's your enemy. What the hell were you thinking?
Really? What was all that about doing the thing with your hand on the first round or whatever?
Whenever he put a new clip in his gun, he'd always load the first round by hand, whether there was a round left in the chamber or not. It's a technique they teach in the Middle East. By making sure there's always a round in the chamber, you eliminate the risk of pulling the trigger with nothing to fire. He must have heard about it from someone or read it somewhere. In any case, he probably wanted to try it out for himself. And he was obviously motivated by vanity to show off his new technique. That's when you make mistakes. The battlefield is an unforgiving place. The only techniques you can rely on are the ones you've mastered through experience and practice.
Uh-huh. And what were you saying about him being more suited to revolvers?
When he fired, he was bending his elbow sharply to avoid the recoil. It looked like he wasn't aware he was doing it, but that habit can be either a fatal flaw or a gift.
What do you mean?
Automatic weapons use recoil to operate, so if you don't let the recoil hit you, it interferes with the operating cycle of the gun. Basically, he shouldn't be trying to avoid the impact like that. But with a revolver, there's no need to let the recoil hit you. Just the opposite. Avoiding the recoil lets you reduce the strain on your hand and arm. That kid might just be handy with a high-caliber revolver.
Handy? Are you listening to yourself?
What do you mean?
He's the enemy. Why are you giving him advice? Snake.
I don't know. For some reason, I couldn't help but point it out to him.
Snake, are you all right?
Yeah.
I really like that call. I always thought there was an air of mystery about it. You know, even Snake is concerned. Why did I do that? Why did he do it? Does he sense that Ocelot is some kind of kindred spirit in a sense? Can sense something in him? Maybe he can sense something of the boss in him. Maybe it's foreshadowing the mercenary leader that he will become later. Taking in all these weirdos and wackos, that he has like an eye for special talent. Whatever it is, it's kind of interesting anyway. Speaking of senses and sensing, actually, Ocelot's line in Japanese, "You're pretty good." In Japanese, that more accurately translates to "you have good senses." And in MGS4, particularly, it's supposed to carry like some thematic weight, you know, because in MGS4, the whole theme of the game is sense. And a person's senses and the part of a person that you can't pass on, like the abstract parts of someone's being. And that's just something that gets completely lost in English. Because in English, it only ever sounds like a catchphrase. But in Japanese, there's a little bit more to it. Because what he should be saying is you have good sense, you have good senses. But yeah, let's keep going here, shall we? Well, it is a reference to MGS1. I'm just talking about the translation. I mean, MGS1 is where it began. That's where we hear Ocelot say, "You're pretty good." And in this game, we get to see the origins of the phrase. But I'm just talking about the more accurate translation of the words.
You okay?
Those men were from the Ocelot unit.
Spetsnaz?
Yes. The best Gru has to offer. They're coming for me. I'm finished!
Calm down. I'll get you out of here, I promise. And we've got some of the best backup we could ask for.
Look.
That's what they were making you build?
Yes. The Shagohod. The treading behemoth. A tank capable of launching nuclear IRBMs.
It can launch nuclear missiles from that kind of terrain?
Oh, yes. And without support from friendly units.
A nuclear-equipped tank capable of operating solo. Is that thing finished?
No, this is only the end of Phase 1. It won't be truly finished until we complete Phase 2.
Phase 2?
The weapon's true form. If it is completed and the Colonel gets his hands on it, it will mean the end of the Cold War.
The end of the Cold War?
Yes. And then the Age of Fear will truly begin.
A world war.
I had no choice but to cooperate. I didn't want to die. I wanted to see my wife and child again in America. Please, take me to America, quickly. They cannot complete it without my help.
Got it. Let's go. Bisexual. Boss?
Good work, Jack.
What are you doing here?
Sokolov comes with me.
Hornets. Gross.
My friends, let us fight together again.
I have waited long for this day.
We will fight with you once more. Welcome back, boss.
Now that all 5 of us are together, it's time we go to the depths of hell itself. It's raining blood. Is he crying?
Kuwabara, Kuwabara. Ah, what a joyful scene.
Colonel Vogan.
Welcome to my country.
and to my unit.
Boss, what is this?
I'm defecting to the Soviet Union. Sokolov is a little gift from my new hosts.
Recoilless nuclear warheads. These will make a fine gift for me.
This can't be happening.
Who is he? Another one of your disciples? Are we taking him with us?
No, this one is still just a child. Too pure for us Cobras. He has not yet found an emotion to carry into battle.
What are you talking about?
Think you can pull the trigger?
A dud! He's seen my face. We can't let him live. If Khrushchev finds out about this, we're finished. He must die.
Wait. He's my apprentice. I'll take care of him. Jack, you can't come with us.
The new blood has been rejected.
Are we done here?
Now, onto Sokolov's research facility.
Shagohod is ours.
Drift away. My place is with them now.
Snake, can you hear me?
Yeah. Just barely.
Snake, listen to me. You need emergency medical treatment. Can you move? You've got to get those wounds treated. Hang in there. All right, let's get you fixed up. Paramedic?
Okay, Snake. Just relax and it'll all be over before you know it. Stay with me. I've seen people in worse shape before. Think you can handle it?
Major. The boss. She's defected.
We'll talk about that later. First, we've got to get you patched up.
Okay, here we go. First, open the survival viewer with the start button. If you select cure, you can start the treatment. Healing is divided into treatment using medicine with the item window button and surgical treatment using the weapon window button. Your injuries include a fractured left elbow and rib bone, and lacerations on your upper arms, right elbow, and abdomen. They need to be fixed using surgical treatment. Move the healing cursor with the left stick to the affected part of your body. Once you've selected the affected area, hold the weapon window button and use the left stick to select the medical item and then press the enter button. With this method, you can use items to help your recovery process. To treat a bone fracture, first secure the affected area with a fastener and then wrap it in bandages. That should do it. For lacerations, you'll need disinfectant to clean the wound, sutures to stitch it up, styptic to slow the flow of blood, and bandages to wrap the wound. If you do everything I mentioned, the wound should heal completely. Understood?
Yeah.
Stay with me. Go into the survival viewer and treat those wounds.
Alright, but before we do that, let's just take a little look around here. If we move the camera around and look in the background, you can actually see the Sorrow. There he is, just chilling back there. During the next cutscene, we'll be able to see him close up. We'll get a closer look at him. But this is also where the Sorrow was killed by the boss. Originally, you didn't have this camera to be able to see him like this. But even with the classic Snake Eater camera, it's kind of cool. This is how the camera is set naturally with the Snake Eater camera, but if you use the right analog stick and pull it back a bit, you can see him. Regarding that last scene as well, I was looking again at Kojima's old MGS3 commentary. He had something interesting to say about that scene with the boss throwing Snake off the bridge. He said, the boss's words, "Be carried away by the drift. I have no other choice but to stay." I guess that's a more direct translation of what she says. In English, she says, "Drift away, my place is with them now. Be carried away by the drift, I have no other choice but to stay." Those words, those who have seen the ending, I think, should understand the meaning. It's because the boss herself couldn't follow the drift of the changing era, but must stay behind to complete the mission. Even in the end, when she tells Snake to kill her, it's the same message. Snake must continue down the path to follow the drift of the changing era. But she has to die and stay behind to complete the mission. Pretty nice bit of symbolism there with the river as well, the drift of the river. Maybe even the wind as well. I noticed during that moment you can really hear the gust of the wind when she throws him off. But yeah, pretty cool how it ties into that idea of the times. Now, let's heal Snake up here.
Good job, Snake.
We're coming to get you now. Just stay where you are. We'll drop a recovery balloon. Can you set it up?
Fuck you, asshole!
Shagohod.
Excellent. A great success. Thanks to the boss and her cobras, I have both Sokolov and the Shagohod.
What are we going to do with the girl?
Who is she?
Apparently she's Sokolov's woman.
She's a nice catch. I'll take her. Not so fast, my dear. A kiss of death.
Are you KGB?
We may be able to use her. She has spunk.
Gross.
Shall we take her back to the base?
Perhaps we should. We have no further use for Sokolov's research facility. I think it's time I gave this marvelous new toy a try.
Colonel, even if they are our enemies, they're still our countrymen.
But it won't be me that pulled the trigger. It'll be our friend, the American defector.
You're going to nuke your fellow Russians?
Remember the Alamo.
Colonel!
Fuck you, asshole!
A dud!
A whoop!
What a load of bullshit.
and silence through the night. What a thrill. I'm searching and I'll melt into you. What a fear in my heart, but you're so supreme. I give my life, not for honor, but for you. In my time, there'll be no one else. Crime, it's the way I fly to you. I'm still in a dream, snake.
Bisexual.
Someday you go through the rain, and someday you'll feed on a tree frog. It's ordeal, the trial to survive for the day we see new light. I give my life, not for honor, but for you. In my time, there'll be no one else. Crime, it's the way I fly to you. I'm still in a dream, snake eater. I'm still in a dream, snake eater.
That's tasty.
Currently flying over the Arctic Ocean, altitude 30,000 feet, approaching Soviet airspace. Arriving at the designated drone launch point. Drone oil pressure and voltage are nominal. Payload oxygen supply is nominal. Power supply to payload antifreeze system shows no problems. No gusts. All systems go for drone detachment.
Snake, we can't risk a halo jump this time around. Airspace security has gotten tighter since we were last here. We can't get as close to the ground as we did during the Virtuous mission. So instead, we'll be using one of our newest weapons. Snake, you're being given an honor on par with Alan Shepard. This is our last chance. Show your patriotism. If you fail, you'll be back in a hospital bed again, waiting for the firing squad.
So how does it feel to be a patient in one of the most advanced ICUs in the world?
Would you do me a favor and tell the suits about visiting hours? I'll never get better with them assaulting me day and night with their questions.
Must be part of the top brass's inquiry.
More like an interrogation. According to them, I'm a traitor and an accomplice to the boss's defection.
They're just looking for a scapegoat.
Does that mean they're after you, too?
Let's just say neither one of us is going to be made a national hero out of this.
Does this mean Fox is going to die?
No. This fox is still one step ahead of the hounds. The reason I came to see you today, Jack, it's time for Fox to clear its name.
What are you talking about?
The situation has changed. We've still got a chance to come out of this one alive.
Yeah, what kind of chance?
Don't get too excited. Here, have a cigar. It's Cuban. This morning, I had a meeting with the CIA.
They decided when they're going to execute us?
No. Something even bigger. Yesterday, the White House received an unexpected call.
President Johnson?
Yes, I hear you, Mr. Chairman.
It was a hotline call from Khrushchev to President Johnson.
From the head of the Soviet Union?
That's right.
A few days ago, one of our country's main design bureaus, OKB 754, was destroyed in a nuclear explosion. At about the same time, our anti-aircraft radar picked up a signature that appeared to come from one of your military aircraft. Does any of this sound familiar to you? In retaliation, I have placed our armed forces on secondary alert. Depending on your response, I may be left with no choice but to order the military to maximum alert and unleash Armageddon. With the help of your predecessor, I was able to survive the Cuban incident. But my power is not as great as it once was. If I am to survive this crisis, I must have your full cooperation.
I should have contacted you myself. Did you know that one of our soldiers defected to your country a week ago?
No.
So you haven't heard then. The man who arranged the defection was a GRU colonel by the name of Yevgeny Borosovich Volgin.
Volgin? Of the Brezhnev faction. Go on. Who is the soldier?
Her name is the Boss. She's a living legend. During World War II, she was the one who led us to victory in that war. In Russia, you know her as Voyevoda.
You mean the Boss? The mother of your special forces?
Yes, that's the one. And she took 2 miniature nuclear shells along with her.
The Boss took 2 miniature nuclear shells?
I'm afraid so. I believe they were a gift for her new hosts. The Davy Crockett Atomic Battle Group delivery system was completed 2 years ago. Serious problems were found with the launcher's range and precision. Although they were mass-produced, they've never been deployed in battle.
But Sokolov's research facility was completely wiped out. The whole area is polluted.
I can only offer you my deepest condolences over this terrible tragedy.
So, the Boss, with Colonel Volgin's help, stole 2 experimental nuclear shells and took them with her as gift when she defected. Then, shortly thereafter, Sokolov's design lab, a top-secret military research facility, was destroyed by one of these weapons. Am I right so far?
Yes, that's correct.
And the American government denies any involvement in the affair. Is that right as well?
That's correct. We were not involved in any way.
Then what was a U.S. military aircraft doing on our radar screen? It was clearly in violation of our airspace. And yet you say it was not acting under your orders.
That's correct.
You expect me to believe that this was all the work of a single soldier?
I don't know what else to tell you.
The Army insists that this is all a ploy on your part.
I've said it once, and I'll say it again. Our government had nothing to do with it.
And I would like dearly to believe you. However, I'm afraid my power over the military has weakened since the Cuban incident. I will need some kind of proof that this was not the action of the American government. You have 1 week. You must catch the Boss yourselves and recover the remaining nuclear device. Then, you must find some way to prove your innocence.
Prove our innocence?
Yes, preferably something painful. Prove to me that this is not merely another one of your tricks.
The Boss should be close to Colonel Volgin. How about a little coaction?
I would not expect too much if I were you. The political situation here is unstable.
And Colonel Volkin is a member of the Brezhnev faction, which seeks to topple my government. 1 week. You have only 1 week. And if it is not too much to ask, do something about Volkin as well.
What is that supposed to mean?
Nothing. It means nothing. Call it a modest gentleman's agreement to ensure our continued relationship.
What if we can't prove our innocence?
Then I will be unable to restrain the military. I will be ousted, and they will seek their revenge.
A nuclear attack on the United States?
I leave the disposal of this situation entirely to your discretion, Mr. President.
Disposal, huh?
If you fail, it will mean the beginning of a new world war.
To put it simply, in order to avoid a full-scale nuclear conflict, we have to prove that America was not involved in that explosion.
And eliminating the boss ourselves will prove America's innocence?
Right. The higher-ups have decided that you're the only one capable of pulling this off. You were her last apprentice. Screw this one up, and we'll both be 6 feet under. There's no choice.
Are the Russians going to be helping us?
The KGB has promised to lend us one of their communications satellites so that you and I can talk to each other.
That's it?
They've also put us in touch with a couple of insiders.
Insiders?
There was a defection in September 1960. Do you remember it?
You mean the 2 NSA codebreakers who went over to the Soviet Union?
Precisely. Since then, they've apparently been training with the KGB for exactly this kind of situation. Their code names are Adam and Eva. I've been told that Adam has infiltrated Volgin's ranks. We've also arranged for him to provide you with an escape route. You'll need to rendezvous with him when you get there.
Control. Unidentified aircraft detected. Altitude 30,000 feet. It's fast. Estimated airspeed exceeding Mach 3. Bearing south. I'm about to lose it.
This is Snake. Do you read me?
Loud and clear. Glad to see you landed safely.
I got blown pretty far off target.
Snake, let's go over your mission objectives one more time. Rescue Sokolov. Find out what's happened to the Shagohod, then destroy it. And finally, eliminate the boss.
Eliminate the boss?
This mission will be codenamed Operation Snake Eater.
Because I'll be taking on the boss in our Cobra unit, right?
Don't forget about Colonel Volkin.
I'm not a hired killer.
I know, but that was the Kremlin's demand.
Demand? You mean it wasn't just a request? What's it to us if the Khrushchev regime is threatened by the Colonel and his faction?
If supporting the current regime helps us avoid a nuclear exchange, then that's what we'll do.
And what are the CIA's demands?
Our priorities are the rescue of Sokolov and the destruction of the Shagohod.
Roger that, Major Tom.
Hold on, Snake.
What now?
I'm changing my codename. It turns out Tom wasn't the most auspicious choice.
What do you mean?
Well, the truth is, when I chose my codename, I picked the wrong one.
The wrong one?
Did you ever see the movie The Great Escape? It came out last year.
Oh, must have missed that one.
Anyway, it's based on a true story about prisoners who escaped from a POW camp in Nazi Germany. The prisoners dig 3 tunnels as part of their plan, but the Nazis find 2 of the tunnels before they're finished. The prisoners succeed in escaping by using the last remaining tunnel. The names of those 3 tunnels were Dick, Harry, and Tom.
I get it. You used the name of the tunnel they escaped in as your code name because you thought it would bring you good luck.
Yes, that's exactly right. At least, that was the plan.
But
I got the name wrong. The one they escaped in was Harry. Tom was one of the unlucky tunnels. It was discovered by the Nazis before it was finished. I watched the movie again just to make sure. In fact, I even ordered the actual film from the movie company.
yeah, it doesn't sound like the greatest name to use. So what should I call you?
You know, let's just use Zero, like we've been doing all along.
All right, then. Major Zero it is. We'll start over from square one.
From square zero. My frequency is 140.85. Oh, I almost forgot. Paramedic is with us again on this mission.
Is this her last chance, too?
If we fail, she'll have her medical license revoked. It's more or less the same kind of fate. Her frequency is the same as during the Virtuous mission, 145.73. She'll be recording your mission data as well, just like the last time. That frequency is also the same, 140.96. And there's one more person on your support team. His name is Mr. Sigint. He's an expert on the latest in weapons and equipment technology. You'll be going up against some of the world's most advanced weaponry when you infiltrate the research facility. If you have any questions, just ask him. His frequency is 148.41.
Mr. Sigint. Got it.
Adam, your KGB contact, is waiting for you at the abandoned factory up ahead.
The same factory Sokolov was being held in last week.
Yes, meet up with Adam first. He's cleared the way for you to rescue Sokolov.
How will I know this Adam guy when I see him?
You'll know once you reach the factory. The whole area's been polluted by the fallout from that nuclear blast. No one else would dare come close. The password is, "Who are the Patriots?" and Lali Lulelo.
Lali Lulelo. Gotcha.
You've been equipped with a 45 for this mission. Be careful, it's noisy.
I thought standard Fox procedure was procure on-site weapons acquisition.
The circumstances are different this time. You're now on an official mission for the United States government. It would be necessary to make your presence known to a certain extent, to the Khrushchev regime at the very least. But remember, this is still a sneaking mission. Snake, if you fail this mission, it will mean an all-out nuclear war. Keep that in mind and proceed with extreme caution.
Understood. Commencing Operation Snake Eater.
All right, let's do it. Let me thank some people here again before we continue. Gaseous Sloth with the Prime sub. Thank you. What a name. Thank you. Miko Zeke, if that's how I pronounce that. I'm not sure if that's how I pronounce it. Thank you for the 10 months. Cheers. Yuki, thank you for gifting a sub to Corsair. I keep forgetting you're a mod here, Billy. What are you doing with a mod badge, Billy? Value. Did I give you your props earlier? I think I did. I think I'm up to date with everyone else. How is Billy a mod? Billy, have you ever timed out a single person in this chat? Have you ever done any bit of moderating at all? Maybe he has. Maybe I'm unfamiliar with this whole other side of Billy's life. There's no way Billy is doing any moderating in this channel. Surely not. I just can't. I can't even imagine Billy saying to someone, you know, hey, stop behaving like this, or you know, no, cut that out. That's just maybe I don't know. You live this entire other life. Okay, I'm gonna have to keep an eye on you and see how much moderating you do be doing. Stiz with the 109 months. Thank you. Yeah, are you always laying down the law in here? I must miss it. Let's introduce ourselves to Mr. Sigint.
Yo, you're Snake, aren't you?
And you're Sigint?
None other.
I heard that you're an expert on weapons, equipment, and cutting-edge technology.
Close.
Huh?
I am the expert on weapons, equipment, and cutting-edge technology.
Ah.
I'm the guy that designed your trank gun, active sonar, and motion detector.
Whoop!
If you want to know anything about weapons or equipment you find in the field, just send me a message and ask. Later.
All right, friendly chap. I mean, I can't really talk. I have mods on my channel that appear like once every 3 or 4 months in chat and don't do any moderating at all. Sigint, anything else?
Sounds like the Cobra unit's members' names came from the specific emotions they each carry into battle.
Emotions?
Yeah. For unbearable torment, the pain. For true oblivion, the end. For infinite rage, the fury. For absolute terror, the fear. And for unsurpassed bliss, the joy.
The joy?
It's another name for the boss, because of the joy she feels in battle, I suppose.
Ah.
During the war, she had a partner named the Sorrow. Sorrow and joy. They say there couldn't have been a more perfect pair.
To be fair, this channel has been shared by a lot of people lately. Who knows who modded who? Well, I think the only person that has mod-giving powers is DRK.
The
I
Davy
could be wrong
Crockets
there,
that
but
the
I think
boss
he...
took with her when she defected are mortars that
think he's the
fire
only one who has
nuclear
those powers.
warheads. They're named after Davy Crockett, the hero who died defending the Alamo in the Texan War of Independence.
Remember the Alamo.
That's right. The warheads are equivalent to between 10 and 20 tons of TNT. Every building within 150 yards of the hypocenter is completely obliterated. But the warheads the boss had with her were some kind of experimental super bomb. So they're actually even more powerful than that.
with a stick for this mission.
I don't even want to
Be
think about
careful,
what happened if
it's
she
noisy.
used it again. Snake, you know what you have to do.
Yeah, I know.
You're wearing the tiger stripe pattern camouflage, huh? Tiger stripe...
Yeah. Hold on, I just want to test something here.
You mean you're not wearing any face paint? You can take off your face paint by selecting no paint from face.
Yeah, should I turn down the
Just
game
select-
audio a little bit? I feel like I'm probably getting drowned out a bit. The volume range in this game can be a bit weird at times. Certain scenes are very low volume. But I think generally during gameplay, it could probably be a bit lower. And for radio conversations, what do you think, chat? Am I okay at these volume levels? I'm just looking at OBS and the game seems to be a little bit loud. Radio's good. Let me just turn it down a notch. It's okay? Okay, I guess I'll leave it. Codec is a bit loud. I mean, I'm just looking at it on OBS. It looks like it's a bit louder than it usually is. I'm going to turn it down just a tad. Paramedic.
Paramedic.
Snake, it's so good to hear from you again.
Same here. It's been a week, hasn't it?
4 days, actually.
Huh?
I visited you in the hospital. You were still unconscious, though.
Then you must have seen me naked.
Yeah, but you were all wrapped up in bandages and tubes, so I couldn't do anything but look.
Better luck next time.
Let's hope so. But seriously, don't forget that you were like that until just yesterday. In fact, you really shouldn't even be on this mission. Keep an eye on your stamina gauge. If you start to run low, don't push yourself. Eat something to replenish your stamina. And try not to get yourself hurt. If you're wounded or get bitten by a venomous animal, go into the survival viewer immediately and treat yourself using Cure.
Yeah. I can see you still know how to nag.
You're welcome. And I can see you still don't know when to keep your mouth shut.
Maybe so. By the way, I heard you're going to lose your medical license if this mission fails.
Yes, there was talk of that, but the mission won't fail, will it?
Of course not.
Good. I believe in you. But you know what? I really don't care about my medical license.
Didn't they use that to force you to participate in this operation?
No, I volunteered.
Why?
So that I could watch over you.
Huh.
Snake, you're the best agent I've ever seen. But you push yourself too hard. You're reckless. Someone has to stop you from getting into trouble, to make sure you and the boss don't kill each other. So that's why I volunteered. I mean, you couldn't ask for a better guardian angel than me, right?
Thanks.
Stop right there.
Huh?
You can thank me when you get back.
All right.
Snake, unlike the Virtuous mission, this is a night operation. You'll be encountering nocturnal animals that you didn't encounter your last mission. Some of them are venomous, like the king cobra, so be careful. If you get bitten by a venomous animal, the poison will spread through your body and rapidly drain your life gauge. If that's the case, go into the cure screen and survival viewer immediately and inject yourself with serum. Got it? When you're bitten by a venomous animal such as a snake or a spider, or hit by a poisoned arrow, the poison will start to affect...
Yeah.
You can capture animal...
Let me just do a few calls with Zero, and then we'll continue.
Snake, your first task is to meet up with Adam, the contact provided by the KGB. The rendezvous point is the abandoned factory to the north of your current position. Head north.
The abandoned factory. That's where I met Sokolov during the Virtuous mission.
Correct, but we can't afford to have the same thing happen this time.
I know.
Like the Virtuous mission, Operation Snake Eater is a solo sneaking mission. There are no units in the field to back you up. Avoid engaging the enemy whenever possible. Your first priority is to remain unseen. Use the camouflage option in the survival viewer and choose your camouflage wisely. Proceed with caution. Unlike the Virtuous mission, this is a night operation. You'll get lost more easily in the dark, but it'll also make your camouflage more effective and make it harder for the enemy to see you. On the other hand, it will also be more difficult for you to see them. You'll also find that different animals are active. Some of these nocturnal animals are poisonous, so stay alert. Paramedic is with us again to provide information on the local plants and animals. Give her a call if there's anything you need to know. Operation Snake Eater is different from the Virtuous mission in that you won't be able to complete it in just a few hours. The time limit set by Khrushchev is 1 week. Within that time, you'll have to rescue Sokolov, defeat Volgin, destroy the Shagohod, and...
I know.
Good. In any event, you'll not be allowed to return until you've accomplished your objectives. Survival in the field will be critical in this mission, and the most important survival technique of all is, of course, finding food. You can get food in the same way you did during the Virtuous mission, by capturing it. The enemy presence in that area is still light. You should try and get as much food as possible while you can. Thanks to last week's nuclear incident, the Soviet Union is now on secondary alert. We're one step away from a nuclear war.
DEFCON 2, huh?
In American parlance, yes. From what Western intelligence has been able to gather, the radical elements in the Soviet command are showing signs of impatience. They say we're on the brink of World War III here. And with Khrushchev's position getting weaker every day, I worry whether he'll be able to hold them back.
1 week.
Yes, America must eliminate the boss by its own hand to prove its innocence. There is no other way to resolve the crisis. Everything rests on your shoulders, Snake. Failure is not an option.
I know. Major, what should I do with this wreck of a drone?
Just leave it there.
Are you sure?
Yes.
But isn't this thing top secret?
Yes, it is. After the U-2 spy plane incident 4 years ago, plans were laid out for future spy missions in Soviet airspace to be carried out by an unmanned craft. That craft was the D-21 spy drone, the basis of the one you came in on. The D-21 is launched from a craft called the M-21. The M-21 itself is a derivative of the A-12, a supersonic long-range spy plane currently being developed as the successor to the U-2. However, for this mission, we used a modified YF-12A, a long-range interceptor version of the A-12. After being released from the mothership, the drone can achieve speeds upwards of Mach 3 at high altitude using its ramjet engine. It can't be shot down by ground-to-air missiles, and it's nearly undetectable by radar. With Selinoyarsk in such a high state of alert after our last escapade, this was the only reliable way to get you in.
This is all top-secret military technology. Are you telling me I'm supposed to just leave it here?
That's right.
Why?
The purpose of Operation Snake Eater is to send an American agent into the field in order to eliminate a defector and traitor, namely the boss. Part of that mission involves making sure the Soviets find out what we're doing.
So we have to leave behind some kind of evidence that the U.S. was involved.
Don't worry. The technologically sensitive components of the craft were rigged to self-destruct when it landed. The only thing the Soviets are going to find is a pile of American-made scrap metal.
Got it. Just one thing, though.
What is it?
I think they'd better redesign the landing impact buffer. People are going to get hurt landing that thing.
I'll let them know.
All right. Let's move on a little bit here, shall we? Yeah, Mr. Man, their tone is quite different. Both Raiden and Rose in the Japanese version. I hope to do a subtitled playthrough sometime soon. I'm sure the subtitles will be janky and they won't align properly in a lot of cases, but it would still be interesting, I think. Still be worthwhile. I always like to stop and look at the colors here. Really nice shade of blue here.